Oh hey, it's another compilation I said I wouldn't be doing too often. In my defense, I only put these out when I've got IRL stuff going on, or if I'm so backed up on other projects I need some wiggle room between them. And with October starting up, you can imagine what type of projects those are. As a content lord, it is my duty to inform you that 4 back-to-back What Happens are coming up, and they're all about some very ghoulish subjects, as well as a ton of other videos over on my gameplay channel, including a full LP of an old horror classic. In the meantime though, I thought it would be a nice change of pace to collect some of the best, most well-loved games I've covered in What Happens history. Now, it's not an exact science to cultivate such a list, as you have to take a lot of factors into account. A game's critical and commercial reception, lasting legacy, discounting any episodes from other older compilations, etc, etc. So don't view this as a definitive list, but more of a wide sample. And if you think I might have missed a game or two, do let me know in the comments below. So I hope you enjoy the following 4 hours of some of the best games of all time that had some of the roughest life cycles of all time.
Hello and welcome to another episode of What Now? I know what you're thinking, especially you, let's write a comment before watching the video person. Oh man, you're always there, aren't you? But yeah, what you're thinking is, hey stupid, Doom 2016 is awesome! Why you motherfucking eating sucker? What the hell is this doing on your show? Well, let me explain. Like stated several dozen, 100 times, What Happened doesn't focus exclusively on bad games at all, as seen by our LA Noire or Amalur episodes, and our Street Fighter the movie episode, depending on who you ask. But rather, games that have had a troubled upbringing in their youth, or developmental period. And guess what? Doom fits that bill. Oh man, does it. Because despite being one of the best games of 2016, and hell, one of the best reboots of all time, well, it had some growing pains. So with all of us currently ripping and tearing through Eternal right now, or hugging and fishing in Animal Crossing, let us enter the gates of hell and find out what happened with Doom 2016's 9-year journey to release. Let's rewind back to the magically delicious year known as 2007, where the genre of first-person shooters is a little bit different than it was in the 90s. This timeline placed id Software, the originators of the FPS, in a somewhat tricky position. Their last title, Doom 3, broke away from what the series was known for, white-knuckle, lightning-fast demon blasting, and instead took cues from horror games and cinema, implementing a slower pace, jump scares, and featuring more story than any other id game had done before, which I'm sure some people fought against. So it's clear they were not adverse to take some risks and change things up, and while Doom 3 had its detractors, it was still a success both critically and commercially. But the shooter landscape was changing fast, and id decided they would take inspiration from elsewhere to help guide the direction of the next Doom. A small team had begun prototyping, as most of id, and especially
the ageless organism housed inside the meat suit we call John Carmack, because its real name is unpronounceable by the human tongue,
were busy with a little thing called rage. The idea for this new Doom would see it returning to the war-torn cities of Earth, and instead of playing as, say, Flynn McTaggart or John Grimm, or even Doom Guy, you'd be in the vanilla, perfectly serviceable, and moderately priced boots of just Guy. No ancient armor, no insatiable bloodlust for demon carnage, you'd be an average Joe fighting on the side of the human resistance. In terms of gameplay, the original plan was to take some small aspects of modern shooters and apply them to the Doom setting and formula, which honestly wasn't the worst idea in the world. Now, fans of this show should know if a game is being featured on What Happened, there has to be a reason for the what happened. Rage was running into several issues, both technically and of a business nature, and I don't know how many people remember this, but the original publisher was supposed to be Electronic Arts. But in 2009, that changed as ZeniMax, the parent company of Bethesda, purchased id Software outright, and Rage along with it. This, of course, disrupted the development a fair bit, as the game needed to be re-evaluated and contracts needed to be nulled and voided. Not only that, the technical problems of getting id Tech 5 up and running, and Carmack's short-lived love affair with mega textures, meant all hands were planted firmly on deck to try and make Rage a thing. It was a brand new IP and needed all the care and attention, like a newborn baby, whereas older brother Doom, he'll be fine, who cares? Oh, little Ragey Roo, do you need help?
Out of the way, you!
But as it turns out, oddly enough, that Doom, let's just call it Doom 4 now, was not fine, because without any senior designers or producers guiding the project, things got hilariously off the rails. Call of Duty and other military shooters proved they were not a flash in the pan, but rather now ruled the shooter scene with an iron fist by 2009, outpacing things like even the mighty Halo. This resulted in the small team taking way too much influence from current trends, regenerating health, waist-high cover, reflex sights, turrets, tons of scripted story sequences, and linear levels. So it's no wonder that fans have named this version of the game Call of Doom, which was what critics inside of id had derided it as well. Doom and Doom Eternal's co-director Marty Stratton reflected on this tumultuous time in the game's teenage years. From a presentation perspective, from a story perspective, the characters and demons, it was a totally different take on those. The setting was different, the mechanics were different, and when we were making the decision to change course, we sat down to play the game and there was a lot there, honestly. It was good. Like, if that project had been finished, it would have been a good game, but when you'd sit down and play it, you'd say, this is cool, but it just doesn't resonate Doom. It wouldn't have been what I think most people wanted out of a Doom game. And that's the key thing here, a course change, because by the time Rage was wrapping up after having several rough patches and delays of its own, having released a year after its original target of 2010, id senior staff then turned their attention towards Doom 4, looked around, and said, "What the fuck, guys?" While Marty's assertion that was shaping up in terms of quality aside, it was such a departure from the source material that many people at id felt it was going completely in the wrong direction, which resulted in many internal debates within the studio about where it should go. As they scratched their domes over the next few months, there was also the added tension of Rage's unspectacular debut, as it didn't post the numbers or review scores that both id and Bethesda were expecting. Therefore, even more scrutiny and pressure were put on the Doom team to get the game's issues sorted. This was the studio's flagship series, so don't fuck it up. However, on October of 2011, the first public sign of trouble started to brew as Kotaku published an article citing conflict within id and stated that Doom 4, which hadn't even been announced yet, was indefinitely postponed. This was shocking because it was like, what? There's a new Doom? And then it's like, wait, it's cancelled? And it's this news that kinda stuck to the project almost all the way up to its release years later. It's like, oh yeah, that Doom game that had a ton of shit happen to it. Yikes, I hope that'll at least be playable. Regardless, other websites picked up the story and it became so public that it awoke Bethesda's own marketing mancubus, Pete Hines, who became repeatedly hounded by these rumors for years. We don't comment on unannounced games, and Doom 4 hasn't been announced. Games are done when they are done, and no title under development at id has been postponed, indefinitely or otherwise. Which wasn't 100% true. Shocking, I know. For the next several years, from 2011 to 2013, Doom languished with no real direction or release date, as id were still arguing with each other about what form it should ultimately take. Is that indefinitely postponing something? If a product doesn't even have an internal release date, can it even be late? Anyway, when everyone just got sick of fighting over the thing, it was then officially decided that the whole project needed to be rebooted almost from the ground up. It was around this time that Pete, the Mouth of Sauron Hines, made a revised statement to Kotaku. An earlier version of Doom did not exhibit the quality and excitement that id and Bethesda intend to deliver and that the Doom fans worldwide expect. As a result, it refocused its efforts on a new version of Doom 4 that promises to meet the very high expectations everyone has for this game and this franchise. This all occurred in 2013, which would also be an important year for another reason, one that most people claimed spelt Doom for Doom. Massive turbo nerd John Carmack, one of id's first founders and the last one left at the company, left the company. Perhaps he was tired of working with Bethesda, maybe he didn't personally like the way Doom was shaping up, or maybe he preferred working on VR tech, or it could have been all of the above, it most likely was. At the end of the day, it really came down to one thing. The name people most associated with Doom, alongside Romero, was no longer working on Doom. With the game still not even officially announced and one of its creators now exiting the company, fans and critics' hopes were at an all-time low. It was the next year, at QuakeCon 2014, when things finally started to take shape for the project, but unfortunately, it was still somewhat marred by odd decisions. A trailer was shown to the audience at QuakeCon, officially announcing that Doom was back and was now simply called Doom. Here is some footage of that trailer. Alright, so if you are one of the millions of fans who are not at QuakeCon, you'd have to whet your appetite by reading articles describing the footage, as this particular trailer was never released online. Like, ever. The descriptions mention high-paced action, jetpacks, tons of gore, and even fatalities, which again, with no footage to put into context, might be a bit worrying to some. Now, it's fine to give event-goers an early look at something for a few hours, or days, or weeks, or even a few months, but for all the other rabid Doom fans, this didn't exactly bode well. If you're confident in your product, why not show it to the widest audience possible? Why hold back, especially when your project has had such a tumultuous development and kind of a tarnished reputation? A strange omission to be sure, as it would be another year of doubt and worry for Space Marines the world over. E3 2015, and Bethesda finally yanks the curtain off the game for a worldwide audience, and people were a bit skeptical. How could they not be? One of Doom's key creators left. id's last game wasn't all that well received, and this one was being published by Bethesda, who by 2015 had their fair share of critics. There was hope though. Wolfenstein: The New Order proved to be a big success, both critically and commercially, and while some people questioned the additions to this new Doom, visually it looked great and featured the same blistering fast combat the franchise was known for. Once again, however, Bethesda, or id, whoever it was, decided to, kind of quell this potential excitement with another just fucking weird decision. Once 2016 rolled around, it seemed like both developer and publisher started to push the multiplayer component rather than the story campaign. It was March when the multiplayer beta began, and the feedback wasn't all that enthusiastic, with many publications comparing it to Halo in some regards. Now, while Doom has had deathmatch in the past, it was never the franchise's focus, as id could always just rely on Quake for that. Still though, this was another worrying sign and a conveyor belt of worrying signs. And while hindsight is 2020, Bethesda probably could have allayed all fears months earlier by putting out a single-player demo in lieu of an online beta. Or, I don't know, both? But we're not done, folks. there's still one more baffling aspect to this whole story and how Doom was presented and perceived by its audience and the mainstream alike. Much like when movie studios know they have some smelly turds on their hands that they want to unload as least embarrassingly as possible, early review copies of Doom were not sent out to any media outlets. For those uninitiated, this is a tactic to mitigate any potential sales damage that early reviews can cause. If there's no shiny scores or numbers for a certain game, then fans might just get impatient and go out and make an impulse purchase anyway. But when the reviews finally did start to trickle in, there was a palatable excitement in the air that the new Doom was good, great even, and somehow managed to capture what made the original game so fun and addicting, while adding just the right amount of modern influences. You were tearing through Mars, going to hell, mowing down scores of invading demons, and doing so with blood-soaked aplomb. So then, why all the worry, all the holding back of this beautiful carnage? It just seemed like id or Bethesda were still unsure of where they were actually taking the game. Maybe it somehow wouldn't resonate. Therefore, they felt it best from a marketing perspective to just focus on that multiplayer and the snap map feature, which would give the game longer legs over time and keep players playing. But that didn't turn out to be the case, at all. People began speedrunning the campaign, trying to find shortcuts and exploits, and perfecting their runs, almost as if it was like a Doom game. Moreover, despite almost all of the DLC being 100% focused on that multiplayer, aside from arcade mode, the MP fell by the wayside as the months passed, with more and more people asking for story campaign DLC instead, which never really materialized. I mean, who wouldn't want more of this high-key edgelord stuff?
He scoured the umbral plains, seeking vengeance against the Dark Lords who had wronged him. He wore the crown of the Night Sentinels, and those that tasted the bite of his sword named him the Doom Slayer.
You can't top that! It's like all the creators behind this new but familiar breed of Doom were caught off guard by just how much people loved it. Expectations were fairly muted going into launch, given the game's history and shaky development, but it wasn't just a case of low expectations being exceeded. The game was really that damn good, finding an almost perfect balance between action, exploration, and story. Oh, and music, Mick Gordon's soul-shredding music. And with Eternal keeping exactly what worked from 2016, but adding some cool new tricks, weapons, and mobility, and reworking that multiplayer mode, they now seem 100% confident with what they've created. This is one of those stories where a long-gestating, troubled product is actually able to beat the odds and deliver in the end, and it's one that's sadly far too rare in the video game industry. I'm so tired talking about your Duke Nukem Forever's and Anthem's and Fallout 76's, so I'm stoked to finally discuss something that has an ending where everyone mercifully gets to keep their jobs. So helmets off to you, id Software, you nailed it. Now just keep nailing it until the end of time when it comes to Doom.
Rip and tear until it is done.
So if you know of any other disastrous delays or massive mistakes in the video game or movie industries, shoot a rocket at the comments below or take a chainsaw to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to nominate the subject of a future episode of What Happened.
Hello, and welcome, good friends, to another chapter in the endlessly swirling cosmic ballet that is What Happened. The dusty old tome that makes you question the frayed edges of your own sanity as you struggle to piece together the shattered memories of video games, both big and small, embarrassing and bold, finished and unfinished. So steel your nerves and hold to the last vestiges of your gallantry, because we're about to enter a world that was fraught with so many perils and setbacks that it should never have existed at all. There, was that good?
Okay, that's good.
Alright, so, when do I get paid?
You get it after you leave.
Are you fucking... Are you... Well, I guess I'm leaving then. I'm fucking bullshit, man. Fuck.
Yes, as the dulcet tones of Vati forewarned you, on this episode of What Happened we are taking a look at a particular video game that, by all rights, should never have even come out, let alone become such an enormous success that it spawned its own subgenre. This is, of course, the story of From Software's 2009 classic, Ninja Blade, which has since influenced pretty much every facet of game design, from difficulty to combat. Who am I kidding? It's Demon's Souls. In the mid-2000s, From Software was basically a non-entity on the worldwide video game stage. Yes, the Armored Core series was certainly a thing, but it was one of the many mech franchises that were stomping around at that time, unlike the, zero that we have today. Unfortunately, much of FromSoft's other outputs, such as Kingsfield or Echo Knight, were unknown when it came to the mainstream, unless it had a bright red Age Tech logo on the box. Smartly though, they were pretty frugal when it came to developing these niche titles, so they just needed to sell the bare minimum to keep the lights on. As the Xbox, GameCube, and PS2 were heating up, From Software decided to really start swinging for the fences to see what would stick, which is usually a strategy that never sticks. Horror games, JRPGs, card-based JRPGs, more mechs, action titles, tenchu, and even some political commentary.
Michael!
If you can name it, they were attempting to make a game out of it. In 2005, however, the company was rocked by the sudden and aggressive appearance of a man named Hidetaka Miyazaki, who shook the company by the shoulders and shouted, "What are you doing?" and started directing all of their games, taking them from the bottom to the top in a whirling dervish of skyrocketing profits as money came raining down on top of their success boners. Which is, of course, a massive lie, as the real story is far more mundane. Miyazaki quit his job as an account manager at the tender age of 30 and suddenly decided to switch professions after he played Team Ico's Ico. While he had always been interested in gaming, this was the revelatory experience that spurred him to pursue a career in the industry. He interviewed, was hired, and quietly began work on Armored Core Last Raven as a planner, and excelled enough in the position that he was promoted to director on the next game in the mech series. This is where the protagonist and the antagonist of this story first appear, cause they're one and the same. As the industry was barreling towards the many closures and ballooning budgets of the 7th generation, Bethesda's Elder Scrolls series was rapidly gaining in popularity, especially the hype for its then forthcoming game Oblivion. Sony of Japan, wanting a piece of that first-person questing horse armor pie, contacted From Software and requested a title in the same vein, especially since the Xbox 360 would have exclusive console rights for a full year. Originally, the idea was to make a new entry in the Kingsfield series to be able to compete with Oblivion.
Oh wait, you serious? Let me laugh even harder.
Ludicrous idea at the time, but that was the initial plan. And it had been a hot minute since From Software had even touched a dark medieval fantasy title, with the last one being the Japan-exclusive Shadow Tower Abyss back in 2003 on the PS2. Now, just as this new project was starting to kick off, or kicked down in this case, Miyazaki was in the middle of directing his second Armored Core for Answer, when he first caught wind of this new fantasy project that had been greenlit elsewhere in the bowels of the FromSoft dungeons. It's been reported that he would regularly stalk the hallways of the company, "What's that smell? It's blood!" and demanded to be put on the title. The realities of game development, though, came crashing down, as he was indeed too busy with Armored Core, and there wasn't really an opportunity to insert himself into this Elder Scrolls killer since it was going smoothly. That is, until it wasn't. Very quickly, the whole thing started to fall apart very a lot. FromSoft, a company that made Metal Wolf Chaos, was now tasked with making a massive first-person open-world RPG on brand new hardware, and that was bad enough. But when you consider that the hardware was the PS3, a console that even Sony struggled to get a handle on for the first few years, well, then things were bound to go off the rails. The team was struggling to make just about anything work, as just the prototyping phase languished for a year or two until it very nearly got cancelled when the original director was pulled off the project. And that's when Miyazaki saw his opportunity to strike. Demon's Souls was not going well. The project had issues, and the team had been unable to make a compelling prototype. But when I learned that it was a fantasy action role-playing game, I was thrilled. I realized if I could find a way to take control of the game, I could make it into anything I wanted. Best of all, if my ideas failed, nobody would care, as it was already considered a failure. One of his first ideas was to stop listening to Sony. The mandate that the project needed to compete with Oblivion was foolish even to the biggest of idiots, and since the project was viewed as the black sheep of the company, he took a risk and redesigned the whole thing, only keeping the medieval fantasy aesthetic, and this was due to Miyazaki being a huge turbo nerd. He was, and obviously still is, a fan of the swords and/or sorcery, and cites the Fighting Fantasy series of books as a huge inspiration. Among a massive list of sweeping changes was the switch to a completely different perspective, shifting it from first person, which FromSoft at least had some expertise in, what with King's Tower and Shadowfield, and opting for third person instead. So it couldn't be further from what Sony and FromSoft had originally agreed upon, like if they had tried, which they did try, like that's literally what Miyazaki was doing here. Personally, I didn't believe we could compete by taking the same approach as Oblivion, so I wanted to shift the focus on gameplay elements like combat and exploration. I had to do a lot to convince everyone that a third-person perspective was the best way to go. When you consider the environment design, the object and enemy placement, or the back-and-forth action of the combat, I knew we couldn't achieve our best unless the camera perspective was fixed. I shared a lot of stuff like that and whatever came to my mind to try and convince them. Now, in certain episodes of what happened, and when I say certain, I mean all of them, this is part of the story where the bosses, or the publisher, the money people, tell the game designer how very stupid they are, and to simply just do as they were told. But because Demon's Souls was in such a unique position, this kind of sad, neglected runt of the litter, these radical changes were almost always met with, yeah, okay, whatever, do what you want, we're going to cancel this later, we're just too busy to cancel it right now. Remember, FromSoft had a few other irons in the fire circa 2008, so Demon's Souls didn't really have a spotlight being shined on it. It was just off to the side, doing its, weird shit, and everyone was just happy to ignore it. Another good way to not get noticed is to just straight up lie to your bosses. Whenever they needed to give progress reports or presentations to Sony, Miyazaki and his team would just so happen to fail to mention certain aspects of Demon's Souls. What aspects specifically? Honestly, we didn't really mention the difficulty of the game when we did the presentations to Sony. We knew that certain members of the publisher would ask us to change it, so during the product concept presentation, I didn't talk about it much. Of course, I informed our direct producer at Sony, but he actually agreed with me. He thought that if we were too upfront about all the death about this new game concept, the marketing people would have run a mile. So that's why we had to be a bit sneaky about it. That's another thing about this dark little fantasy game that could. When it was speccing during this phase of its development, it must have put all of its experience points in the greatest attribute of all, luck. If the Sony producer who was working day to day with Miyazaki just so happened to not share this view about creating a high but satisfying level of difficulty, the whole Souls-like genre might not even be a thing today. Also, and some may not know this, the game's punishing nature was actually way more intense during this period, as their original intent was to have a permadeath system, whereupon once the player would eat shit, it would erase their save file from the PS3. The team eventually decided that this was going a bit too far.
This is wrong.
Aside from just the difficulty, Miyazaki crafted just about everything else that makes the Souls games. Interconnected maps, shortcuts, dropping your experience upon death, vague but enthralling lore, devious traps and devilish monsters, and even incorporated some themes from the company's older titles. Then, with nothing to lose, Demon's Souls had its first reveal and public showing at 2008's Tokyo Game Show, with the entire team, Miyazaki especially, now bursting with confidence in their unique vision. But just like struggling and fighting to get to the very top of the castle's battlements, only to be roasted, impaled, or crushed by an unexpected danger, the team was walking into a nasty surprise. Everybody hated it. Takeshi Kaji, the Sony producer, reflected on this sobering moment for the game. It was nothing short of a disaster. Players were initially excited about the concept of a dark fantasy game, but they were so critical of the gameplay. Many people presumed we were still iterating on the combat at that stage of development, despite it being nearly finished. The truth is that Demon's Souls is not well suited to previews, particularly at shows. You can't possibly understand its approach in 5 minutes. Because of the action RPG style, people simply expected it to handle in the same way as a Musou. When it didn't, they were left disappointed. This perception was aggravated by the fact that the controls aren't based on any familiar scheme. Only a handful of players finished the demo. Some even put the controller down at the character creation screen, which was particularly disheartening. This is, again, normally the time in our story where the game gets retooled, or a whole new team is brought in, or most commonly is just outright cancelled. Miyazaki was sure word would come down from Sony that the game needed to be fixed or changed or whatever. But in one of those many moments where fate was smiling upon them, it was a lucky coincidence that FromSoft had other projects that were also coming out at this time, so they were afforded some creative freedom. If Demon's Souls failed to sell, well, the slack would be made up by Ninja Blade, I guess. So the game finished up development unhindered and released in Japan exclusively for the PS3 on February 5th, 2009, selling approximately 345,000 copies in its first week, which I would be telling you if I were a notable super liar by the name of Patches.
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean what I said.
In reality, Demon's Souls wound up barely selling 20,000 copies in its first 7 days, and although both FromSoft and Sony top brass had no faith in the title, like zero, this was still dreadful even by their conservative estimates. So it's like, even by loser standards, Miyazaki's pet project was a massive, smelly loser, and his own outlook wasn't particularly good. During the period when we just completed development, the evaluation and sales forecast within From Software was not good, so I did not even imagine that it would be given another chance to develop a similar game again. Fortunately though, things got even worse. If you have the misfortune of your product underperforming in your home country, there's always the chance it might find success outside of it. The original No More Heroes had its famously horrific Japanese debut that was so bad it made Demon's Souls' failure look like a success. But in North America and Europe, it wound up selling several 100,000 copies and went on to see several sequels. So there was a hope that maybe it could be appreciated elsewhere. That was until Sony Worldwide President Shuhei Yoshida played the game and immediately crushed any hope for Sony to release it to the rest of the world. His reasoning was as follows. I played Demon's Souls when it was almost final. I spent around 2 hours playing it, and after all that time, I was still stuck at the beginning of the game. I told myself, this is crap. This is an unbelievably bad game, so I stopped and put it aside. Fortunately, however, this did not prevent other companies from publishing the game overseas, which is precisely what happened. Since the PS3 was one of the first major region-free consoles, various YouTubers and streamers imported FromSoft's latest and found a punishingly hard but immensely rewarding and mysterious adventure that, when compared to the glut of Waypoint and QTE-filled games that were flooding the market, was a breath of fresh air. word of mouth started to spread about a niche Japanese game that dared you to try to play it, and balked at the idea of you ever beating it. Very quickly, there was enough groundswell that it spurred both Atlas and Namco Bandai to publish the game in both North America and Europe respectively. Sony's loss was their game. In a very stark contrast, Demons would go on to sell over 100,000 copies when it released that October, and while some reviews were still negative, everyone agreed it was something new and thus stood out far more than if it simply been a janky Japanese Elder Scrolls. As you can imagine, Sony regretted this decision. If they had kept this working relationship with FromSoft going and distributed Miyazaki's Baby outside Japan, the whole Souls series could have been exclusive to PlayStation consoles. Knowing they had something here, Namco immediately entered an agreement with FromSoft to publish the Dark Souls series, a name that is the best type of distinct, legally distinct. Sony still held the rights to Demon Souls, you see, but Dark and Dark 2 seemingly released almost like back to back as things were moving so fast with more fans, success, and profits soaring by the day. This is what pushed Sony to then seek out their own brand new franchise, which would take advantage of FromSoft's now sterling pedigree, and wanted Miyazaki to direct it. Hence, in 2015, the hunt commenced on the PS4.
Welcome home, good hunter.
I can only imagine the sheer amount of bowing, handshakes, and edible arrangements Sony had waiting for Miyazaki as an apology. Shuhei Yoshida himself has since admonished his lack of faith and foresight in the product. We underestimated the quality of Demon Souls, and to be honest, the media in Japan did the same. We definitely dropped the ball from a publisher's perspective, including the studio management side. We were not able to grasp the value of the product we were making. Each subsequent FromSoft fantasy title, and I'm including Sekiro in there, has sold better than the last. So here in 2020, it was the perfect time for Sony to capitalize on the now often forgotten start of it all, with the Demon Souls remake for the PS3 quintuple balling. And just like that, the loop is now closed. It was certainly a wild ride, filled with last-minute director swapping, multiple near cancellations, and extremely low sales, but in the end, Miyazaki's creativity and his rolling of the dice paid off incalculably for the company, of which he is now the president of, by the way. Demon Souls went from its extremely humble beginnings as an Oblivion clone to having scores of its own clones and imitators. You could say that the success story of the whole Souls-like genre is the Demon Souls of the video game industry. Oh, Jesus. If you know of any other long shots of the gaming industry where they were just but a hair away from disaster only to succeed in the end, leave a cryptic message in the comments below or open up a shortcut to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially nominate the subject of your choosing for our next episode. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
Welcome once again to another crime-busting and/or crime-causing episode of What Happened, the show that was made to chronicle the developments of video games exactly like our subject today.
Yeah, thanks again, Jackie. I appreciate the intro.
No problem, man.
Sleeping Dogs was an open-world sandbox action title that hit late in the 7th generation, and if you were a fan of the genre at the time, you've most likely heard of it. Much noise was made about its cancellation, resurrection, and then its eventual cancellation again.
That's manslaughter at best.
It's one of those Cinderella stories you don't often hear about in this industry, but sadly, one that didn't exactly get the Triple S miracle happily ever after ending most burgeoning franchises hope to achieve. So chug some Dragon Kick and wolf down a bowl of spicy noodles. It's time to find out what happened to Sleeping Dogs.
You look like you could use a pork bun.
United Front Games was established in British Columbia in 2007 and consisted initially of 10 employees from studios like Radical Entertainment, Black Box Studios, and Rockstar Vancouver. Activision came sniffing around almost immediately as they were looking to add more open-world games to their portfolio, as the genre was still very much
Say the line, Bart!
It's a style at the time.
Unfortunately, building an open-world game was just what the studio was looking to do, as most of their workforce had experience with games like Bully, Hulk Ultimate Destruction, and finally, Simpsons Hit and Run. I'll get back to that walkthrough this year, I swear. The team started looking to Hong Kong action cinema for inspiration, and dubbed the project Black Lotus, which remained as a temp name. For the first 6 months, Activision was very hands-off, letting United Front flesh out their vision, but that took a swift and sudden turn with the release of... The arrival of Rockstar's Juggernaut shook Activision execs to their core, who felt that Black Lotus now had to outdo and compete with GTA on just about every level, which is a lot to ask of a brand new studio. Design director Mike Scupa had this to say about United Front's concerns with this approach. That was not even remotely within our design, not even remotely within our capabilities. People would say to you, it's got to have everything GTA has. People want rocket launchers, and they want jetpacks. Another time, I was told this game would be like Rush Hour. If you want to make that game, we should stop, go back into pre-production, and talk about making that game. Because you can't just change a game like that. This bit needs some extra context. Activision started feeling that Black Lotus should take on a more comedic bend, and mimicking the tone and style of the Rush Hour movie franchise would let the game carve out a more distinct identity. Imagine someone telling you, yeah, internal affairs is okay, but what the kids really want is Rush Hour.
Oh, hell nah. No, he just playing, man. He mean that.
United Front resisted this mandate, of course, as they had been pushing forward with a grittier story and scenario for almost a year by that point. However, behind their backs, Activision had contracted an outside writer to draft up a more wacky, comedy-infused take, and were pushing to use it. We had 2 scripts. One of them was a lowbrow, you could almost call it a comedy, and the other was the script of the game we wanted to make. Activision started sending more and more producers and hired even more regular staff at United Front, as the game's scope kept ballooning, even as the war between scripts was still raging. Eventually, a compromise was reached when Activision pitched to rebrand Black Lotus as True Crime Hong Kong, which was more of a surface-level marketing ploy than anything else. The True Crime series hadn't seen a new entry since 2005's New York City, which was a critical and commercial failure, which was curious because that game included Christopher Walken.
Oh, Mr. Hotshot, perhaps I should just go home, kick off my shoes, have a nice cup of cocoa, because it sounds like you've got the case figured out.
Activision felt that the boost off some brand recognition might be enough for the game to stand out, rather than to take a riskier chance with a brand new franchise. Thankfully, this meant that United Front could stick to their original plan. They didn't need to change the tone or story content, but it did mean they'd have to expand the game's scope and features. The True Crime series had revolved around 3 main pillars: driving, shooting, and melee combat, but with GTA 4 putting the pressure on, side activities, collectibles, and the size of the game world would need to scale up. While the staff was growing, crafting something as big and feature-rich as GTA with what was ostensibly a brand new team proved problematic. Progress was slow as new features kept getting added, and while the game was formally announced at the Spike Video Game Awards, aka Cringefest 2009,
ladies and gentlemen, please welcome legendary game designer Todd Howard.
Thanks.
It was delayed until 2010, and then to a nebulous 2011. Producer Dan Sochin outlined the problems that the team faced. Open world is by far the most challenging genre I've ever worked on in my career, and this game has certainly been the toughest game I've ever worked on, but also probably the most satisfying. It's tough because all the systems are intertwined. Sometimes we found adding just 1 or 2 more frames in a basic run animation would blow our animation across the entire game. characters would T-pose, and you would see that and you would ask, what happened? And you find out someone added a couple of frames to a facial animation. Now all of a sudden some combat moves are no longer working. You're constantly battling resource management, how many pedestrians you have on screen versus how many cars, and they all need to work seamlessly together. It's technical art, how to get them all looking the best they can while still working together. In a February 2011 financial report, Activision let slip that they were canceling True Crime Hong Kong due to what they called quality concerns. Former Activision Publishing CEO Eric Hirschberg said that the competition from Rockstar, coupled with the multiple delays and budget increases, made it so that they needed to sell millions upon millions of units just to recoup costs, and felt that their investment would not be returned. Over 100 jobs were made redundant from their 200-strong staff, and United Front were forced into a situation where they needed to entice a new publishing partner. Mike Scupa recounted this time when the studio was pitching two other specific projects. One, a reboot of a Dream license, which was not named, with the other being a game called Made in Detroit, which was a mix of Mad Max and The Last of Us. Just swap out the mushroom zombies and wastelanders for robots and there you go. Neither project materialized, and as the months dragged on and things were looking grim, that's precisely when... If you recall, Square Enix had absorbed Eidos back in 2009, so they were keen to add more Western-focused games in their stable of franchises, and thus worked out a deal with Activision to buy the publishing rights to True Crime Hong Kong, but not the True Crime IP itself, if that makes any sense. This was most likely due to the IP being pretty worthless, so Square's plan was to rebrand the project again under a fresh new moniker that they would wholly own. While the original codename of Black Lotus was certainly in contention as a possible name, the final title was changed to Sleeping Dogs, which referred to the game's premise of a sleeper agent posing as a Triad gang member. Apparently, at the time of this acquisition, the game was in an alpha state and could be played, although roughly, to completion, something Dan Sochin expanded upon in interviews. We had a fair amount of the gameplay done at that point. They, Square Enix, really know the process of making open-world games. They've worked on Just Cause, and they understand what it takes to make a fluid and intuitive combat system, as shown by their work with Rocksteady on Batman Arkham Asylum. It has been a great partnership for us, and they've really allowed us to have the time we needed to take the game from great to fantastic. The music, the characters, the story, none of that's changed. It's just given us additional time to really polish the areas that we needed to. We added a couple of cool features too, like the upgrade system and the online leaderboards. Take a sec to think about how many studios Activision has either abandoned or closed down themselves. Radical Entertainment, Bizarre Creations, and Eurocom, just to name a few, so it seemed very likely at the time the same fate would befall United Front. Typically, games barely get out of the pre-production phase before the money dries up or some other type of plug is pulled, but here, most of the production was already in the rear view, so the fact that another publisher swooped in at the 11th hour was exceedingly rare. Now, since the majority of the game had been paid for by Activision, the financial investment by Square was lower than it would have been otherwise, but they were going to be responsible for the game's marketing as well as footing the bill for all the Hollywood actors that lent their voices. Actors like Lady Deathstrike, Gwen Stacy, and of course, Iori Yagami. Thankfully, Square wasn't being cheap here. There was a pretty sizable marketing campaign leading up to Sleeping Dogs' release, including interviews with all the cast, as well as an elaborate short film meant to show off the game's cinematic style and fight sequences. Dozing Doggers released on the PS3, 360, and PC in August of 2012, which was as good a time as any, as it was far away from the busy fall and winter months. It should be noted, however, it did need to compete with the Darksiders sequel on the very same day, as well as Fall of Cybertron, and on top of them all, Expendables 2, the game.
We're looking for a Chinese businessman. Where should we be looking?
Fortunately, the blood-soaked tale of Wei Shen managed a pretty good critical reception for the most part, with plenty of outlets praising the story and the combat, while some criticized repetitive mission design and a general lack of innovation in the open-world space. But plenty of fixes and support was coming, cause damn, Sleeping Dogs had a whole heap of DLC all lined up. Lots of additional outfits, cars, and story packs, including one with an Asian spin on the zombie expansion that was so common during the 7th generation. Here's unfortunately where things start to get sour. United Front had already started designing and planning out a sequel, although it hadn't yet been greenlit, as the positive reception from critics and fans was enough to inspire them to come up with new ideas. It would again follow Wei Shen, but he'd now have to tag with a corrupt partner named Harry Fang to investigate Hong Kong's Pearl River Delta. It was going to feature 2-player co-op as well as single player, which would have seen the narrative split between Wei and Harry whenever the story dictated. United Front also planned to make a companion app on mobile phones, where you played as Jane Teng, allowing you to send in helicopters and manage police resources with the touch of a button, which also affected the main game. Finally, they were hoping to sync all players' save data to the cloud, which would help them track and implement a persistent crime level in each district, which would have affected the presence of other rival gangs and police. While all this sounds very extra, they were targeting it for the Xbox One and PS4. Sadly, however, this sequel never got out of the garage.
Don't let the locals hear you say that.
In 2 months, Sleeping Dogs had sold 1.5 million copies, not bad at all for a brand new IP, but Square Enix had said this number was below expectations. 1 year later, in September of 2013, Square then followed that up by saying most of their Western-focused games, Tomb Raider, Hitman Absolution, and Sleeping Dogs specifically, had all underperformed and considered them financial failures. Now, I know that seems a bit odd considering Tomb Raider got 2 more sequels, but what most likely happened here is that since they all sold similar numbers, but were also all expensive to make and market, that they only wanted to push one. So obviously, since Lara was the more recognizable of the trio, her franchise was kept in Square's lineup, while Wei Shen and Agent 47 were pushed into the background. Fortunately, the puppies wouldn't be napping for too long, because 2014 saw the release of Sleeping Dogs Definitive Edition, which packed in every bit of DLC for the Xbox One, PS4, and PC. Unfortunately though, maybe due to it being a pretty simple remaster and the game was only 2 years old at that point, Definitive Edition didn't really move the needle much. What this also meant was that United Front's ambitious plans for a sequel were spent on something far less ambitious. Triad Wars was an MMO spin-off that was released in beta form on Steam and was absolutely not what anybody wanted at all. While a press release mentioned that this was an idea that United Front had, it's a bit extremely suspicious that Square were also the publishers of Nosgoth, which was the exact same concept launched at the exact same time. For more info on that, check out my Legacy of Kain Dead Son video. Anyway, the reception to Triad Wars was about what you'd expect. It was never officially released as a full game and thus got its face smashed in early 2015. It's around here where Square just didn't seem interested in United Front as a studio, since they never purchased them outright. Therefore, they started pitching even more projects, including one called Mechanica, a third-person shooter with online co-op that had players blasting rogue robots in a future San Francisco.
Why did they hate robots so much?
Their last game, Smash Grab, was a self-published online brawler that saw various gangs causing destruction to build up buffs, which would then give them an advantage in combating the other teams. The bizarre thing about Smash Grab was that it was announced and released on the exact same day, eerily similar to that dorky 80s battle royale thing that some guy released. Does anyone even remember his name? Smash Grab's completely out of the blue announcement and subsequent release took many in the company by surprise, including creative director Mike Scupa. At that point, you're kinda like, there's an unnecessary rush here. At the time, I said I didn't want to promote a product that's not going to come out. And I was promised, no, we have enough money to go for 6 more months. The thing was, United Front didn't actually have 6 more months left, because in less than one after Smash Grab's release, staff were told that the studio was bankrupt, and with no other publishers willing to invest on the horizon, they were dead in the water. They officially closed their doors in 2016. Now that didn't necessarily mean the Sleeping Dogs IP was dead, just mostly.
You gotta be fucking kidding me, man!
In 2017, conversations began about a Sleeping Dogs film, which was a bit weird considering Square obviously had no more interest in the franchise. Then, in 2020, Hong Kong action legend Donnie Yen expressed his interest in producing and starring in it, although no updates have arisen since. I guess Square might be a bit too busy with live service games and prepping for their horrible NFT-filled future.
Great, finally hit the big time.
And that's where we currently stand today. And while it's certainly bittersweet, at least Sleeping Dogs came out, with United Front beating the odds, unlike several games we've covered here on this very show. So while it would have been ideal if the franchise had continued to the point where Wei Shen could have been as big as Max Payne, CJ, or whoever you controlled in the Driver games. Wait, why don't we hear about Driver anymore? Oh, right. If you know of any other fumbling, free-roaming frustrations, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or drive a motorcycle into the windows of the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate what I'll be covering in the future. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Hello and welcome to another episode of What Happened, the show where we get down and or dirty with the video games, movies, or whatevers that suffered through many stumbles in their long road to becoming things. And today's topic, brought to us by Flophouse Big Boss Jason, certainly suffered through said stumbles. Now to most, The Legend of Heroes sounds like a title spewed through a generic name generator, but the JRPG series, known more commonly as Trails or Kiseki in Japan, is anything but generic. While it leans into a lot of tropes from role-playing classics of the 90s and early 2000s, it makes it a point to truly embrace its storytelling. Because while many RPGs certainly can be wordy, Trails takes that concept to hitherto unheard of extremes, with many scripts often reaching into the millions and millions of lines of Japanese text. Now, the studio behind the series, Nihon Falcom, developed 3 games that made up a specific story arc called The Trails in the Sky, without any real issues, as most of the games took only roughly 2 years to make each. The first, The Legend of Heroes Trails in the Sky, released for Windows in Japan back in 2004, with a subsequent release on the PSP in 2006. It was then followed by the second chapter, its direct sequel, before finishing up with Trails in the Sky the Third, which, while connected to the universe, wasn't integral to the grander plot. Even though Nihon Falcom was not a big player within the Japanese game industry, the quality of the games and their detailed worlds won over a lot of people, building up a fan base through strong word of mouth. Eventually, this word of mouth reached Western shores, and that's when Falcom started to see potential in releasing the game in other territories. And it's here where our story starts. It's not about Falcom being crushed by a deadline or having a bigger publisher overmanage their work. It's about the Herculean, twisty, stress-filled, and near-tragic tale about the localization. As alluded to before, Western gamers started to become aware of the Trails in the Sky games in the later half of the 2000s, which happened to be around the same time many small localization studios started popping up, with names like Rising Star Games and Ignition Entertainment. The most famous of all, though, and the main player of our story, is Exceed, which I assume you're all familiar with. Now, amongst all these companies, the Trails games were seen as something of a prestigious series to land, far too small to be bothered with by the likes of Square or Level 5, but big enough to be a hit overseas. Fortunately, Falcom was interested in expanding to other markets, so when Exceed came calling, it was a match made in heaven, before it became a match made in hell. It was all based on the best of intentions, though. The problem came when Exceed actually realized the amount of work that they had signed up for. Their previous localization
additions were things like Wild Arms, Fragile Dreams, Farewell Ruins of the Moon, and Ju-on the Grudge, the Haunted House Simulator, none of which properly prepared them for Trails. For those not aware, unlike most RPGs that have shopkeepers or passerbys that say things like this, well, Trails isn't like that at all. Every single character, ranging from the lowliest peasant to the mightiest pharaoh, or in this case king, has their own distinct personality, history, and dozens of lines of dialogue in addition to the main storyline. The sheer girth of the script was intimidating to say the least, but Exceed had firmly committed themselves. Thus, it became 14-hour workdays for 6 days a week for almost a year, translating the raw Japanese text, with the majority of it being handled by Exceed's editor, Jessica Chavez. Then, in March of 2011, Trails in the Sky was released exclusively on the PSP in North America, and hardcore fans of JRPGs rejoiced the world over. They would now be able to experience this little wonder of a game, their prayers having finally been answered. And nobody bought it. There's a couple of reasons for this. One, while the PSP was quite the beast in Japan, with RPGs coming out for it almost daily, the same could not be said for the rest of the world. By 2011, its North American and European game lineup had been steadily shrinking, and Sony themselves stopped supporting the handheld with major first-party games around this time. So, being locked on a declining piece of hardware in the West no doubt hurt its sales. The second factor for the no success had many pointing to the game's main title, The Legend of Heroes, and its shocking, wondrous banality. Both Exceed and Falcom were devastated by this, as the amount of fervor around the series from Western fans seemed to indicate it would be a smash, and considering all the work and time that had gone into the localization, it was pretty demoralizing. It made both companies question whether bringing over more games after that was even worth it, and was a very real possibility that Trails could have remained locked in Japan from then on out. The only reason it didn't was the fact that Second Chapter was a sequel in the strictest sense, being a direct continuation after an ending that can only be described as dangling off the edge of some type of mountain. After remaining mum for several months, fans started asking Exceed about plans to localize Second Chapter, which was fair, because in Exceed's initial announcement of their partnership with Falcom, they stated outright that they planned to bring all 3 games to the West. In an interview with Kotaku, Exceed Vice President Ken Barry relayed a situation that is all too common nowadays. Any announcement we made on our Facebook page, almost always the first post replied to it is, "Where's Trails SC?" No matter what we talk about, the first post is always, "Where's Trails SC?" While the fan desire was there, the actual realities of bringing it over were too sobering. Not only was there data backing up the fact that the Trails fanbase was just too small, if Exceed did commit 10 more months to bring out Second Chapter, that wouldn't leave enough staff to localize any other potentially far more profitable games. Wait, did I say 10 more months? Yeah, that would be true if it wasn't for the little detail that Second Chapter was twice the length of its predecessor. To put it in perspective, the script dwarfed, let's see what I did there, all 3 Lord of the Rings books combined, and screw it, probably the Silmarillion too. It would take far longer to localize this particular game, so it was a massive gamble Exceed wasn't ready to take, and that's when fate smiled, or maybe frowned upon the situation. This was because they were then approached by a smaller studio called Carpe Fulgur, who offered to assist Exceed in any of their upcoming localization projects. And wouldn't you know it, they just so happen to have one. Thus, they would grab the reins of Second second chapter's localization, which, just to clarify, would encompass both translating the raw text and then editing it to give it more life and nuance. The translations would be handled by Robin Light Williams, while Andrew Dice would do the editing. These two partners made up Carpe Fulgur. Falcom, however, was hesitant about second chapter, as they were still so distraught over the last game's commercial failure. Xseed still needed them to provide programmers to get the translated text into the game's PSP source code, and even worse, Falcom wasn't interested in any other ports. Xseed was insistent that they absolutely needed a Western PC release, because by the time second chapter would come out, the PSP would be even more dead than the dead that it already was in the West. At the end of the day, the two studios compromised with an informal verbal deal, as Falcom were simply too cautious to commit to a written contract. Carpe Fulgur started work under the assumption that Falcom would officially sign on the dotted line eventually, and things went relatively smoothly for the first few months. In that same Kotaku article I mentioned earlier, DICE recalled this fleeting period when things were going okay. At the time, I didn't think it would take very long for Falcom to see the light and to sign off on doing Trails in the Sky for PC. It was the only real way Trails was going to make money. I had faith that we'd get that sorted out maybe within a year. More than 2 years later, around June of 2013, things weren't any better, and in fact, in many ways, they were even worse. Falcom still hadn't negotiated a contract with Xseed, and Carpe Fulgur still hadn't finished their work. Progress had slowed down dramatically the longer they went without a signed deal, and Andrew Dice explained that everyone was worried that Falcom would just pull out of the project altogether, sowing the seeds of doubt that all this translation work would ever see the light of day. The uncertainty had been eating at us and prevented us from getting anything done. It had been in a state of limbo for 2 years, and we legitimately didn't know if it was going to happen. Fortunately, Xseed's unexpected commercial success with Falcom's own Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles on the PC showed the Japanese company that the market was viable. This was then the impetus for them to finally negotiate an official contract for a second chapter. With all the business now out of the way, they made the announcement public. Trails would continue on both the PSP and PC in the summer of 2014, and everything was going to be just fine. Andrew Dice then started sending over completed files to Xseed, and that's when they realized that thousands upon thousands of lines of translated work was in the wrong file format. Dice had sent everything in normal text files instead of it being in a spreadsheet, the industry standard, which resulted in Xseed's editor, Jessica Chavez, to have to copy and paste every single line into the proper spreadsheet for about 2 whole months. Dice, for his part, made no excuses. He simply didn't double check to make sure it was the right format. But fortunately, they had completed the main storyline. But since this is Trails we're talking about, the main storyline only encompassed 50% of the script. Everything else, the menus, item descriptions, and non-essential NPCs, each with their own side stories, were still not done. The problems kept piling up. Jessica Chavez noticed that Carpe Fulgur had not adhered to the same terminology and naming conventions Xseed had established with the first game, leading to hundreds of inconsistencies. Now in the 90s, stuff like that was fairly common, but Xseed found it completely unacceptable, especially since second chapter took place within the same world. Thus, every single line needed to be checked and edited again. Dice and Williams were, as you can imagine, distraught by all these mistakes. While Falcom had certainly dragged their feet and had delayed things in their own way, second chapter now had an officially announced release date, so the pressure wasn't going to go anywhere but up. These delays put a concrete strain on the relationship between both localization different companies, and as the months crept into 2014, DICE started ignoring Xseed's emails demanding progress updates. The anxiety kept building up over the weight of having to deliver the rest of the work in just a few more months, with his fledgling company's reputation on the line. He was massively behind on his editing, and coupled with the mistakes he had already made, he spiraled into a deep depression. Then, in March of 2014, DICE left Williams a note in his doorframe. They lived in the same complex, and then returned to his apartment with the intent to end his own life. Fortunately, Robin found the note in time and rushed to save his friend. They spoke at length, and fortunately, Andrew changed his mind that day. However, the enormity of the work left to do was simply too much, and for Andrew's own mental health, he decided to end the deal with Xseed and to step away from the project. They sent over the remainder of what they had done, and by that point, 100% of the script had been translated, but only 50% had been edited. Jessica Chavez then took over, as Xseed simply didn't have the time to farm it out to anyone else. She crunched every day for another 9 months, and by the start of 2015, had finished her final checks. Then, the game needed to be actually tested. While not nearly as detrimental to the experience as crashes or falling out of world, bug testing for text, especially this damn much of it, presents its own unique issues. Getting cut off, truncated, stretching to enormous size for no reason, any number of things can affect the words you see on a screen, and vice versa. And to properly test all of it, it took a further 6 months. While Xseed could handle the PC version on their own, Falcom were solely responsible for the PSP, and because of the difference in time zones, it made constant communication and build checks particularly demanding, and shockingly, very slow. They were already a year behind schedule in the summer of 2015, and inconsistencies were still being found within the text. But eventually, Xseed were forced to put their foot down. We just had to set a firm date. We said, okay, after this date, that's it. No more text changes. No more addressing of any bugs unless it's something that's very major. We need to get this product out, not just for the fans that are waiting, but for our own sanity. Thus, on October 29th, 2015, 5 years after Xseed proclaimed they're bringing the games westward, second chapter released on Steam and PSP. In the Kotaku article just before that fateful day, Andrew Dice said, "For everything that happened over the years, I'm still enormously proud of the work I did on Trails in the Sky second chapter. Second chapter has had more twists and turns getting out the door than just about any title I've heard of. But the game is still going to come out, and it's going to be great fun, and it's going to leave a lot of people satisfied." And fortunately, it did. The fan reception to second chapter was overall very positive, and this finally equated to stronger sales. And since then, tons of Trails RPGs have made their way over, complete with English voice acting. And while Xseed stopped publishing them in 2017, NIS America took over, with Trails of Cold Steel 4 a few days away from releasing on the Switch and PC on April 9th. Over in Japan, Falcom released the 10th game in the series, Hajimari no Kiseki, in the summer of 2010, and have since unveiled the newest game in the series, running on a fresh engine. So, fortunately, despite all the stress, delays, and heartache the localization process went through, these legends are going to continue to be told all over the world. Alright, that felt like about 1 million words that did that. No. Oh, that's not even close. Wow. Thanks again to Jason for nominating this unique subject. If you know of any other arduous RPG adventures, let me know in the comments below, or head on over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss to bestow me with a future quest. See you next time, and thanks for watching. welcome to another particle-pushing, firecat-throwing, and killer combo-breaking episode of What Happened, the show that specializes in the chronicling of video games and media development cycles, piece by piece, hit by hit. And there's few games that had a less likely chance of being a hit than Microsoft's reboot of Killer Instinct, a risky venture in the already crowded and risky fighting game space. This is because, as we've discussed a few times before, you could have the most popular characters or the hottest IP, but that doesn't always equate to blockbuster success. So, with that in mind, reviving Killer Instinct, a rare property that had gone unused for 17 years, and positioning it as an Xbox One exclusive was very much not a sure thing either. Reviving a 90s as hell franchise is at least hard enough, but why don't we toss in a relatively unknown developer, an untested fighting game model, and a sudden and swift buyout which resulted in... there's just so much to cover here, but I can handle it, so join me as I enter Ultra Tech's tournament to...
Combo Breaker!
No, Matt, you can't handle it. And that's why I'm gonna be the one breaking down the story on Killer Instinct, how it overcame just about everything that could have happened to it, and still managed to be one of the best fighting games released last generation. So join me, Maximilian, as I enter Ultratech's tournament to...
Counter Breaker!
So join us both as we break down the long and peril-fraught road to release for 2013's Killer Instinct.
Welcome.
Now, let me be refreshingly frank. Rare's back catalog of IPs didn't really help Microsoft all that much, especially when most of Rare's longtime staff had left over the course of the 2000s. Among that staff were the people behind the arcade and console versions of Killer Instinct 1 and 2, like Kevin Bayliss, Mark Betteridge, Chris Seavor, and Robert Beanland, just to name a few. Everyone who had a hand in KI's creation were all long gone by the time Microsoft started prepping for the One. But in one of those great twisty stories of the gaming industry, Ken Lobb, who had served as a major influence and co-creator of Killer Instinct on the Nintendo side, was hired by Microsoft circa 2002. A piece of news in my formative Nintendo Warrior days amounted to heretical betrayal.
Are you over it now?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, that's great. Anyway, so with Ken Lobb and KI back under the same umbrella, he put forward the idea that since they already owned a fighting game IP, that they should push it to, actually make one. Since fighting games had been in a healthy upswing ever since the success of Street Fighter IV, Mortal Kombat 9, BlazBlue, and Girl Fight. I regret saying that. So the call was put out far and wide. Microsoft wanted to see any third-party pitches in how a next-gen reboot of Killer Instinct would look and play, and plenty heeded the call. This was done because Rare was busy building Sea of Thieves at the time, but also due to the fact that the main creative minds behind KI, as alluded to before, had moved on. Irvine, California's Double Helix Games, quickly identified what made the original KIs so memorable. Loud, bombastic sound design, over-the-top characters, and fast and frenetic combo-based mechanics. They started fleshing out the game with a build that was targeted both on the 360 and the Xbox One at first, and while it was certainly rough around the edges and clearly unfinished, it showed the potential of the streamlined but still ocean-deep gameplay they were going for. Eventually, however, struggling to get all the game's effects to run at a stable frame rate on the 360, the SKU was eventually dropped.
I spoke to John Bautista, a senior character designer on the game, who cited the advantages Double Helix had during this pitching phase. Our team were not only huge fans of Killer Instinct, but fighting games as a whole. We had a ton of experience in developing melee-based combat systems, and the Hex engine, which had been based on the original Slayer engine, had been created with fighting game development in mind. Now, the Slayer engine isn't just an edgy name for edgy's sake, but dates all the way back to Double Helix's roots when they were known as the Collective and put out the criminally underrated Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This engine was primarily designed by one person, and that would be Weapon Lord and DJ creator James D. James Goddard. Absolute fucking legend. So with Microsoft thoroughly impressed by the team's passion and technical know-how, Double Helix snagged the job. However, it wasn't long before the already complicated nature of bringing back a 90s fighting game IP would get even more complicated. Since the Xbox One's MO was to be an even more online, social-based console, Microsoft and Double Helix started having discussions about not adhering to the standard fighting game model, but rather something more akin to League of Legends, which was getting pretty popular around this time. Now, some publishers, not naming names, were still struggling on how to integrate basic fighting game DLC in ways that were not extremely frustrating, so designing an entire ecosystem around seasonal digital content was inherently challenging.
Now, Double Helix already had their work cut out for them, just designing the game, updating classic Killer Instinct's deep but dated combo system, finding the balance between impactful combat and gratuitous violence, and redesigning characters so that they didn't look like they belonged on a PC Accelerator card box, and the list goes on. So the idea of changing everything about how a fighting game delivers its content, as well as various other considerations, was going to be a lot for Double Helix to take on. And while John Bautista wasn't part of these decisions to adopt the new model, he and the core team behind the game felt that there was some strong benefits. It let us lower the barrier of entry for a broader audience and allowed more players to experience the game and learn the systems before fully committing to a purchase. Players also had the flexibility and freedom to vary their level of commitment by choosing to either purchase a season pass, gaining access to the full roster of that season, or by picking and choosing the specific characters that they wanted. Also, being a gradual expansion, the season model wouldn't split the player base as much as its usual case when a new version of a game is released. Fortunately, the pricing model was exhaustively thought out. If you wanted the entirety of the base game, 8 characters in total plus their stages, it would cost you about $20. If you wanted to spend a bit more, then you had the same package plus every character's classic costume and all the associated accessories, and the new HD port of Killer Instinct Arcade, which would eventually get a free patch that added online play. And hell, if you had fetishes for icy aliens, you could just spend $5 on Glacius and never have to buy anything else. This model also helped out Double Helix in another way. It was decided by the higher-ups that KI was going to be a launch title for the all-in-one entertainment system, something they didn't initially plan for. Even though we were using Hex Engine, which the team had a ton of experience with, the needs of the project were constantly being updated as things progressed. And not just from the game's perspective, the process was further complicated almost exponentially once we found out that we were going to have to be a launch title. There were so many additional considerations at that point. We were having a lot of tools and tech come online mid-project, all of which were crucial to finishing the game, but thankfully for us, we had amazing support throughout it all.
Now, rushing for launch and working towards a deadline is kind of a cliche here on What Happened, because it almost always ends in a massively embarrassing disaster. But here's the thing though, the seasonal model gave Double Helix the breathing room they needed to finish work on Fulgor and Spinal, two very anticipated and fan-favorite characters. So again, the team narrowly avoided the usual pitfalls associated with the deadliest character of them all,
Mr. Crunch.
Now, while the technology, design, and delivery method of the game was all falling into place, there were still some issues they would need to overcome that were outside their control: misinformation and outside perception. When KI was finally unveiled at E3 2013, gaming websites were quick to report on this new seasonal model, and one reported maybe a bit too quickly. IGN, you may have heard of them, have a habit of sometimes maybe doing damage to a game's credibility, and here they simply said that Killer Instinct was free to play in their byline, which was always an inaccurate term. This, of course, caused a percentage of players who had waited 17 years for a new entry in the series to raise their eyebrows, or pitchforks. Now, in the hellscape of 2020, free-to-play still has some negative connotations, but it was regarded way worse 7 years ago. So, yeah, this didn't help matters for a game that already had a lot of convincing to do a lot of quickly, because it was launching in a few more months. The initial wave of information about the payment model was unfortunately pretty chaotic and confusing. We definitely had our concerns about getting the messaging right, especially due to how new seasonal models were to fighting games. But once that initial wave of confused info hit, we knew we were going to have to do our best and keep clarifying things whenever possible, while also easing concerns as they arose. There were a lot of new concepts we were bringing to the table, so it kinda came with the territory. Now, aside from just that, there was one other tiny basic problem. Most fans had zero faith in Double Helix. See, if you're watching E3 at home, then you didn't have a clear idea of how the new KI played and especially how it felt. Fortunately, both me and Mr. Kroger over here were in attendance at that year's show.
Yeah, so most people— Hey, stop it! So most people could only read up a little bit about Double Helix and what games they had previously worked on. And yeah, their back catalog was a series of peaks and valleys. Their last two titles were repeatedly cited as examples as to why one should be wary of the project: Green Lantern, Rise of the Whatever, and Battleship. Honestly, I can't sugarcoat it, both the games aren't the finest examples of what the studio could do. In Green Lantern's case, many things were out of Double Helix's control, and it originally started as an adaptation of George Miller's unfilmed Justice League movie. When that game was cancelled, the unfilmed part probably was your tip-off as to why Warner Brothers had Double Helix cut out a huge swath of the game and shoehorn it in to fit Green Lantern, which actually did get filmed, although that's debatable. For more on Justice League, check out Liam Robertson's deep dive on the subject, link in the description. And as for Battleship, yeah, that was just straight up bad. But name me a studio that didn't have a few licensed stinkers here and there.
So, as you can see, Double Helix had a lot coming at them from all types of angles, and they would just need to hunker down, focus on the game, and be confident in what they were creating. Fortunately, when KI did launch later that year, the flames of doubt were mostly quelled, as the game's mechanics were everything a rebooted Killer Instinct should be, weaving together a variety of gameplay systems that made use of mind games, fundamentals, creativity, and of course, combos and combo breaking. Reviews were especially complimentary of the quality on display, but of course were a bit critical of the quantity. What's even more incredible though is that Double Helix were pulling double duty during all of this. Just 3 months after KI's launch, the new Strider slashed into stores, developed by another team at the studio and also running on the Hex engine. This is one of the very few Western-made Capcom games that didn't result in being discussed on this very show. In fact, Strider surprised a lot of people with its solid gameplay, level design, and stylish visuals. So, by the start of 2014, the Underdog California studio had 2 successful IP relaunches under their belt, and that's precisely when they were bought by Amazon.
Yeah, the upper management at Double Helix signed a deal and officially became part of Amazon's big gaming focus, which 7 years later has grown decidedly, smaller. In 2014, though, Double Helix were under contract by Microsoft for Season 1, so they were able to finish up Spinal and Fulgore, but after that, Killer Instinct would need to find another way to fight on. We were secretly hoping that the purchase wasn't final and that Microsoft was going to counter-offer, but unfortunately things had progressed beyond that point already. We knew that we had laid out a solid foundation for the game, but there was still a lot left to be done. So we definitely had our concerns for what was going to happen next with it, but all in all, those were some really tough times. Working on Killer Instinct had been a dream for us. We seriously put so much of ourselves into it, and we're all looking forward to seeing how far we could take things. After going through so much to get the game to where it was in such a short period of time, setting the groundwork and having so many plans for the future, losing the project like that was really heartbreaking for the team.
So, the game's promising start could have very well ended right there, but either through healthy early sales or Microsoft's dedication to the IP, Killer Instinct would continue. This leads us to another massively risky aspect to this whole story: transferring the project to another studio in a completely different part of the country. Iron Galaxy had made a name for themselves porting other people's work, and, well, honestly, not much else aside from that. But by 2014, they had amassed a good chunk of fighting game-related experience, mostly coming from excellent HD ports of Capcom Fighting Fair. But more importantly than all that,
Die kick!
So to keep KI's seasonal content flowing, they needed to get familiar with Double Helix's work and the Hex engine as fast as possible. Now normally, this shouldn't have worked, like at all. And I can't think of many examples of a project switching hands that didn't result in something that we'd be covering here on What Happened. Fortunately, Double Helix and Iron Galaxy worked together so that the transition would be a smooth one. Adam Keats Hart lays out how it all went down. Iron Galaxy pitched for KI Season 1, but lost out to Double Helix. After DH was forced to leave the project, MS came to us asking to keep it going. IG was already a firehouse-type studio. We were very comfortable hopping into other people's projects to help them out. On top of that, DH had a handful of us work out of their studio for a full week side by side with their project leads to get an info dump on everything we need to know.
Now, while provided that cooperation does indeed make it happen, fans again were a little trepidatious about the ball being passed on, especially when Season 2 was set to launch that very fall. The goal of that season was filling out the rest of the original cast from KI 1 and 2, as well as creating a bunch of all-new fighters, including Aganos, Omen, Kanra, but who cares about them, Hisako! Yes, the ghostly vengeance-obsessed waifu that we all have no choice but to stan. Iron Galaxy, of course, wanted to expand the scope of gameplay as well, stuff that Double Helix hadn't thought of, and conversely hadn't created the tools to handle. So it was a bit of a to-do for the IG team to start creating a new logic and mechanics that would help support all these new characters. Double Helix built Season 1 really fast, and the game did what it did, and pretty much only that. It did those things very well, but expanding projectiles to do more than go in a straight line, let alone adding new stage walls, bouncing homing daggers, Aria drones, or Gargos minions was pretty wild stuff. We also had plenty of tech challenges while doing crossplay in an era that was not standard, and with our own ambition of doing Shadow AI.
Oh yeah, that's right. In addition to the Xbox One SKU, Iron Galaxy was also saddled with the task of bringing the game to PCs via the Windows Store and instituting crossplay between both, with all digital purchases and player progress being shared to boot. And on top of all that, a separate Steam version followed a few months later. And not stopping there, they also reiterated the multiplayer, which is now lauded as one of the best online experiences one can have with a fighter, outperforming a lot of other games that dwarfed KI's budget and development time. And of course, that's the other thing, the budget. Killer Instinct did not have a massive cutscene-laden MK-style cinematic story, but does have 3 distinct single-player campaigns, one for every season. While they all offered plenty of content, they were unmistakably crafted very practically, as the decision was made to keep KI's budget well within a certain threshold. Again, another huge limiter that both Double Helix and Iron Galaxy were able to work under. So, despite all these factors, KI was still very much a success. It headlined major tournaments during its heyday, enjoyed several physical editions loaded with extras and all the seasonal content, and even had its own friggin' con. Now, with that all said, things have been concerningly quiet regarding Killer Instinct's future for the last 3 years, with Microsoft having barely even mentioned the game since 2017. There's also apparently no new content or enhancements coming for the Xbox Series X version either, which is, kind of soul-crushing.
If you're a fan of KI, either new or old, consider using the hashtag #BringBackKI on social media to check out the exhaustive feature-length documentary by Esteban Martinez. You can find the link in the description to get some additional insight on the game. We are still very early into the newest generation of gaming, so you never know what might happen, but it would be a shame if the franchise's life ended prematurely. A lot of people worked on it throughout its 4 years of consistent content, and they were able to overcome pretty much everything you can think of along the way, with John Bautista summing it up best.
I'm not only super proud of our team at Double Helix for the foundation we put down and what we were able to accomplish for Season 1, but also Iron Galaxy for taking over where we left off and making it their own game, as well as Microsoft for giving us such an amazing opportunity and supporting us throughout it all. It speaks to the passion and commitment of all those involved to what everyone was able to accomplish with such difficult time constraints and challenging conditions. Looking back on it now, and after all those lessons we learned, man, I want to get back in there and give it another go. Thanks to Maximilian for the tag team co-hosting double combo.
You're welcome, Matthew.
Don't call me that. And of course, John and Adam for answering my questions. And finally, thanks to Big Boss C2 for nominating KI for this week's episode.
C24, you son of a bitch!
And if you know of any other games, movies, or consoles that had their own tumultuous development cycles, scream it out in the comments below, wall splat into my Twitter, or ninja slide over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and tell me what you'd like to see in a future episode. See you next time, thanks for watching, and...
Fight on!
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. While we've covered a game or two from the prestigious halls of things Ubisoft has screwed up, and we still have quite a few left, thanks to Big Boss Hector at the Flophouse VIP Patreon, we're setting our sights on a game that you might not expect. I hope you didn't get spoiled by the video title. Beyond Good and Evil was one of those great early video games that came out just as Ubisoft began to rise in prominence as a publisher. It was warmly reviewed by critics, had a cast of memorable characters, and still to this day has a passionate group of fans that have wanted to see the series continue since it started. That's because, as I'm sure most are aware, despite being a critical darling, BG&E famously failed to light up the sales charts, at all, and there's a bunch of reasons for that, of which we'll get into. The game itself, however, had more than its fair share of bumps along the way. But with that said, its long-delayed sequel is probably going, am I a joke to you? So take out your camera and get ready to snap some shots, because it's time to find out what happened with Beyond Good and Evil. And Beyond Good and Evil 2. It's the year of our Lord.
It's 1999!
And Rayman 2, The Great Escape, an incredible platformer that should be remade, has just been released for the Nintendo Ultra 64. It was developed by Ubi Pictures, their Montpellier studio, headed up by Michel Ancel, the creator of Rayman. While they were bug testing the limbless hero's foray into the complex polygonal world of 3 dimensions, they found an issue where if Man Ray boarded a specific flying vehicle, he could fly past the boundaries and collision of the level. This let him explore the unprogrammed vastness of complete nothingness. Instead of simply fixing the issue and just moving on, the bug stuck out in the minds of the team and Michel Ancel, and would be the impetus of their next project. They dreamed up a game where players could explore entire worlds, both on foot and in the skies, which would be an exciting change of pace from Rayman's straightforward platforming. With the 6th generation of consoles on the horizon, the team started designing big, ambitious style. Their game would let players hop into vehicles, take off on the planet's surface and into deep space, and then could land on a whole other world. Think No Man's Sky, but way, way earlier. Which, when you consider, No Man's Sky probably meant it wasn't a technically sound idea. Once the team received the hard specs for the PS2, Xbox, and GameCube, they realized they needed to scale back, and scale back they did. It then morphed into much more of a traditional action-adventure, but still keeping some elements of freedom from their initial design. The game was dubbed Project BG&E, and it would focus on a young girl named Sally, her brother Toil, and their partner Paige, who may or may not have been an anthropomorphic pigman just yet. All of this obviously changed. Sally turned into Jade, and Paige became Jade's adoptive uncle. That open-world design was relegated to the singular world of Hillis, which could be explored at any time and was fairly big from 6th generation standards. The look of the game was far different than what we're familiar with today, featuring a much more evocative art style similar to stuff like Eco. Jade herself was also quite different, being more of a teenager in this early iteration, with her combat capabilities being pretty minimal. She had a simple melee attack, but mostly relied on puzzle solving and avoiding her enemies instead. Even though the team had greatly pared down their original vision, the game was still very akin to Zelda's open nature, letting players tackle it at their own pace. However, Michel Ancel also wanted a Hollywood-esque storyline, with cutscenes told in a linear fashion, which are two things that aren't the easiest to mix. This inevitably led to a bit of conflict, to maintain the pacing and story structure of a movie, but to allow gamers to explore a living, breathing world at the same time. The game made its first public showing at E3 2002, and unsurprisingly, the game got a negative reaction. Wait, what? Yeah, reportedly this version of Beyond Good and Evil was met with apathy from a lot of people who played it at the Ubisoft booth, which was probably more of a sign of the times than anything else. The game lacked a certain appeal when the industry was turning towards edgier stuff. After that showing, the team, under Michel Ancel's direction, dramatically started to redesign a lot of the game. The art style was tweaked, combat and fighting were expanded, and the plot became more generalized, focusing on an invading alien race subjugating Hillis. Jade was changed to be more of an action heroine, a bit older and more confident. However, the biggest change came not from the feedback they received at E3, but from something else entirely. In March of 2003, another game that focused on the exploration of a watery world was released, and on one of the platforms Beyond Good and Evil was targeting, The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Now, while being a very good Zelda title overall, it was not without its critics, and Michel Ancel was one of them. He was very critical of the exploration of the Great Sea, feeling that the sailing was often boring and that the player was forced to do too much of it. This caused him to want to scale back the open world nature of Beyond Good and Evil even further, which is why much of the last half of the game is a series of linear dungeon crawls and stealth sequences. Many on the dev team felt demoralized after this change, as their original plan of embracing the thrill of exploration and freedom had now taken such a back seat it was being dragged behind the hovercraft. Before we move on, there was one other thing to consider. Beyond Good and Evil wasn't even the only game they were making. The studio had split itself into two groups, with about 30 people working on Beyond, while the other half produced Rayman 3 Hoodlum Havoc. While this didn't have any direct, catastrophic consequences on either project, it's easy to imagine that having everyone focus on just one game might have been better than splitting resources between the two. As they were reaching the end of development, the game barely resembled what it had started out as, but it certainly was more marketable, especially with its increased focus on combat and Jade being positioned as an alternative to Lara Croft. Its title, Beyond Good and Evil, sharing the exact same name as Nietzsche's famous novel, was certainly a mouthful and not the most marketable name. It promised a heavier concept, perhaps with the player being thrust into a narrative that had many moral shades of gray, but that's not really what the game was about. It was a colorful, straightforward action-adventure in the vein of Star Wars, with a hearty helping of Bucky O'Hare, of course.
Bucky! Captain Bucky O'Hare! Mutants and aliens and toads beware!
There was a very clear villain, evil green aliens that kidnap people for evil reasons. This then left Ubisoft marketing in a bit of a quandary. Who exactly was this game for, and how do they advertise it? Turns out the answer was to not advertise it at all.
I arranged a focus group to see if my marketing approach would work with actual children. When I show this to you, what do you think? Do you want it?
Nope. Nah.
Ubi had their hands full with other big titles in 2003, including PC, PS2, and GameCube versions of their smash hit Splinter Cell. But the decision that probably hurt Beyond Good and Evil the most was the fact that it competed with Ubisoft's own Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time, as all versions were being released within 2 weeks of each other. Persia, being a familiar name, performed much better on the charts, as it was easier to market and garnered even higher reviews. Coupled with the fact that both games were roughly the same in genre, being third-person action adventures, means they wound up eating into each other's sales. Ubi's executive director of North American operations cites the failure of marketing Beyond Good and Evil to be the biggest regret of his career. While I can't find hard sales numbers, it's been thrown around that despite the original release being on 4 total platforms, the game sold less than 500,000 copies. Fortunately though, as stated earlier, the game's many positives nevertheless shine through. Its unique world, well-voiced characters, graphics, and cinematic flair were all of particular note. It's actually in the game's latter half where the players railroaded into dungeons with stealth sequences that most took issue with. So while these changes that Michel Ancel enforced didn't gravely affect the game's overall quality, it does make you think if it might have been better off if they had stuck with their original vision. In the subsequent years, Beyond Good and Evil took on this almost legendary status, this unsung hidden gem that wasn't appreciated in its own time. What it did do, however, was impress Peter Jackson, the world-famous film director, best known for his impactful, resonating, well-loved blockbuster, Dead Alive.
I kick ass for the Lord!
Beyond Good and Evil's impact on Jackson led to a deal being inked for Ubisoft Pictures, now renamed Ubisoft Montpellier, to adapt 2005's King Kong to the medium of interactive entertainment. It would go on to be one of the best movie-to-game adaptations of all time. If you want to see me revisit that classic, you can do so in this video here. So while the world of Hillis wasn't the money spinner Ubisoft wanted, it did net them lucrative deals indirectly. And then for a long time nothing happened. Sorta. In 2008, Ubisoft publicly said that Beyond Good and Evil 2 was in development, and presented this now famous trailer that didn't really show anything. The game wasn't far into development when it was announced, but it made some progress by 2009 before it was put on hold. These screenshots show off a build Ancel reportedly showed behind closed doors, having a distinct, gritty 7th gen look to it. While the reasons for its temporary cancellation are unknown, it seems other projects simply took priority at Ubisoft Montpellier. The team was split once again, with one team working on Rayman Origins while the other worked on Tintin, no doubt spurred by Ubi's relationship with Peter Jackson. Once those were released in 2011 and Origins being a big hit, Michel Ancel and his team started on Rayman Legends, which further delayed Jade's big return. 2011 was also notable for one other reason, as fans were tossed an all too rare bone with Beyond Good and Evil HD, which released on the PS3 and the Xbox 360. While it didn't do anything that drastically improved the game, it at least updated it with some graphical enhancements. Now, according to some Ubi representatives, this HD remaster did perform well, but since it was exclusively a digital title, its actual sales numbers were never disclosed. Also, a bit weird that the game, despite only coming out a year before the Wii U, never saw a port to that system. Then for a long time, nothing happened. Again. Unfortunately, as those years ticked away with no updates, Beyond Good and Evil had accrued something of a curse within Ubi's offices. Its financial failure actually started influencing what projects Ubisoft would and would not greenlight. In fact, 2014's Child of Light very nearly didn't happen due to this reason. The turn-based RPG's creative director explains, "If the game, Child of Light, is a missed opportunity, then it's going to be a missed opportunity for years. Even when I pitched Child of Light, they mentioned Beyond Good and Evil. They said Beyond Good and Evil was not a success, and we made that mistake once." And it's like, yeah, but that was 10 years ago. If somebody tries something and fails, there are going to be repercussions for other people. For me, it would be a shame if that happens. I don't think people are malevolent or evil about that, it's just if it fails, they're going to be careful greenlighting other similar projects. It took until 2016 for rumors of a Beyond Good and Evil 2 to start surfacing once again, but this time with a very inaccurate spin to it. It was thrown around that Nintendo had financed the sequel exclusively for, as it was known back then, the NX. While the Beyond Good and Evil 2 part existing was true, the rest wasn't. At E3 2017, which let me remind you was 4 years ago, Beyond Good and Evil 2 was officially unveiled. Again. And it was not what fans expected. Instead of an action-adventure focusing on Jade, it was, well, I'm not sure what it was. It was impressive, it seemed to provide a lot of freedom, and judging by the visuals, was leaning towards the more open exploration galaxy thing that the original team had first dreamed up. And that's all we really know. It's unclear if the game is going to be an MMO or a single-player thing, live service, and if it was any of those things, that might have completely changed, as Ubisoft has remained tight-lipped ever since. Now, this could be a good or bad thing. Most people believe due to the timing of its unveiling and the obvious scope they were aiming for means that the PS4 and Xbox One have since been scrapped as platforms, and the game has been redesigned with next-gen exclusively in mind. But its troubles don't stop there. Last year, when Ubisoft came under fire for its toxic and abusive workplaces, Michel Ancel was also placed under investigation, but coincidentally suddenly quit game development altogether, while he was in the middle of 2 projects. These were, of course, Beyond Good and Evil 2 and Wild. Remember this thing? Yeah, that's still in development by a completely separate, non-Ubisoft-owned studio that he himself had set up back in 2014. Ancel stated that while he was pursuing other outside interests, that both projects were in good hands, but that's it. We've gotten no further updates regarding either since. There were allegations cited by anonymous employees that Ancel would regularly verbally abuse and dismiss his staff and their ideas in front of others, allegations he has since denied. Right now, it's unknown if the investigation will be pursued any further, as he is no longer employed by Ubisoft at all. As for Beyond Good and Evil 2, well, it's a very real possibility that it's going to be unveiled for, the 3rd time now? And if and when it does, it might look really cool, and it might be the more focused single-player adventure that most fans want to see. Or it might have a map that looks like this. Or it could very well be cancelled altogether. This entire franchise has had such a stop-go development cycle that it's really hard to assume anything at this point. So I guess it's strangely appropriate for the wild, unpredictable world of Hillis. If you know of any other open-world atrocities, believe me, I know of a few, then jot down some in the comments below. And if you want to directly support the channel, head on over to pixelempire.com/McMuscles to check out my new line of What Happened merch, or head on over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate what you want to see in a future episode. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Nostalgia. It's a powerful, powerful force. And within the realm that is video gaming, I think there's few things that drip with more nostalgia juice than the seminal first-person shooter Rare's Goldeneye 007, a game that, despite its success, was poised to fail by every quantifiable measure. Now, I'm sure we all recall a cutting-edge, immersive, and incredibly explosive action shoot-bang, the first time that an FPS really excelled on consoles, outside of Turok, of course.
I am Turok!
But the behind-the-scenes story paints a very different picture, one where this monolithic pillar of late 90s gaming wasn't just born fully formed and simply squirted onto an N64 cartridge. It did, in fact, have a pretty windy and atypical development lifecycle that by most industry norms shouldn't have resulted in anything memorable. But 24 years later, Rare's game is still being talked about to this day, and you know what's not being talked about? Rogue Agent. But we'll get to that. So slip on your high-tech Rolex and adjust your bow tie, and let's find out what happened to GoldenEye 007. It's 1994, and the powerhouse duo of Ninty and Rare is just starting to heat up. Nintendo, in one of their very sporadic flights of fancy, decided to pay for the license to create a video game based upon the British super spy James Bond, who had his big upcoming 90s relaunch with 1995's Goldeneye. This was most likely due to Nintendo trying to branch out with slightly edgier fare, which was evidenced further by Rare's own Killer Instinct, and the Play It Loud poster that some of you, I'm sure, had on your wall. Since Rare was Nintendo's golden boy and extremely British, they were the natural choice to bring the man with the license to kill to video games, who at that time hadn't seen much action in the medium aside from
James Bond Jr.
Mark Edmond, the head programmer on GoldenEye, recalls how all of this first started within the barns of the studio. Originally, I believe Nintendo wanted GoldenEye 007 for SNES, using the rendering technology that was in Donkey Kong Country, but when Martin Hollis was offered the chance to make the game, he refused to do it on anything other than the N64. It was originally intended to be released with the launch of the console, but didn't make it until a year later. During development, we played a lot of networked Doom in the evenings, along with Virtua Cop. This really helped shape the sort of gameplay we wanted. Everyone was incredibly passionate and really put in the time and effort to make the game as good as we could. That right there, that is a wild timeline to think about. GoldenEye being a 16-bit side-scroller that looks like DKC, but it almost came to pass. This is because the film was set to release in November of '95, which just happened to be one of the Super Nintendo's strongest years, and hell, the gray and purple beast was still getting big titles well into 1996, with several of those being from Rare themselves. The fact it became a massive, innovative N64 mega hit was really only at the behest of Martin Hollis. Mr. Hollis, who the Stamper brothers assigned to head up the project, was looking towards the future, all 64 bits of it. The original idea was to build everything on rails, where the player would be automatically moved to different parts of each level. To make said levels, Rare got easy access to photograph everything they could at the UK film shoots, with the idea being to faithfully recreate the movie sets and give players an explosive arcade-like experience. To fill out the rest of the game's content, since it was the 90s, the internet was barely a thing, so if the team needed references for stuff outside of GoldenEye's scope, additional characters, locations, and weapons, well, they had to resort to other means. Bond books that cataloged his cinematic history had to be scanned, and movies needed to be watched, and rewatched, and watched again, as anything off base or inaccurate would most likely cause the Bond series owners, EON Productions, to raise quite a stink. Which they're going to do later, I can tell you that for free. As for the gameplay itself, like Mark stated, Virtua Cop was a very big influence, but without a light gun peripheral being planned for the N64, they had to come up with an aiming solution, hence GoldenEye's famous crosshair. They had gotten the first on-rails level up and running, and while everyone thought it was a good bit of fun, their nights playing Doom raised other possibilities. We were using this amazing new invention called the analog stick to aim a crosshair, but then we thought, wouldn't it be cool to play a game like Doom with actual 3D graphics? That would be a new experience, and we knew the Nintendo 64 was capable of rendering 3D graphics from any orientation or direction. Thus, the rails were yanked off the ground and the team decided to give the player full control, but this would, of course, exponentially increase the workload and the time to develop it. Remember, moving it onto the N64 was already going to delay it well past the movie's premiere, more than a year in fact, but as was so often the case, the Stamper brothers were instrumental in shielding the team from any outside pressure to ship an unfinished game. If there were any grumbles coming from Nintendo or more likely EON Productions, well, the team never heard them. They were given the time to experiment, iterate, and polish, which was incredibly useful meaningful since this was Rare's first attempt at an FPS, and for the majority of the team, their first professional video game project ever. GoldenEye's art director, Carl Hilton, recalled that Martin Hollis didn't necessarily seek out the most experienced members for his team, but rather the ones that enjoyed their martinis shaken, not stirred. He opened with, "Do you like James Bond?" I was a big Bond fan and it sounded great fun, but I was definitely worried about the reputation that movie tie-in games had back then. I just started at Rare and I knew they didn't release bad games, but I do remember looking at Blast Corps, which was being made next door to us, and thinking it would probably be much more popular than the movie tie-in we were starting on. Those doubts weren't far off the mark, as a lot of new and risky stuff was being attempted at the studio as more and more teams were shifting to the N64. In GoldenEye's case, they were using software packages like Alias and GameGen, and to capture the dozens of unique reactive animations for enemy hits, they were using a new technique called motion capture. In these early days, this amounted to a Rare employee being pushed over again and again for hours to capture the pain of being shot in the groin, or reacting to the almighty headshot, which was also something very new. Most of these ideas were born out of the team's desire to simply create something fun, because since they lacked experience making FPSs, they didn't abide by genre norms or whatever was popular. GoldenEye living meme Dave Dr. Doke admitted that even though the stuff they were coming up with was new and fresh, it didn't always mean they were perfect. The escort missions seemed like a good idea at the time. I mean, what could possibly be more fun than having your performance judged on whether Natalia would randomly throw her head in the path of a bullet or walk into an explosion? Then there were some ideas that, while you had to admire the spirit behind them, were probably better off on the cutting room floor. Apparently the team were workshopping the idea of having to remove, then slap in the rumble pack into the N64 pad over and over again as a means to reload your weapon. According to programmer Steve Ellis, Nintendo nixed this idea, much to the chagrin of Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who would probably have been all over that.
My arm already hurts.
Now, it's almost unfathomable that any team working on a big AAA release would get so much leeway nowadays, or be mostly made up of brand new employees. But licenses were a dime a dozen back then, and the Bond license's value was kind of at an all-time low, as most of the late 80s films had underperformed. So GoldenEye was more of a last-ditch effort to appeal to a new generation of filmgoers. And while it did boffo numbers, almost 400 million on a budget of 60, the game did just as well, if not better, selling over 8 million copies at, roughly $60 a pop. This made it the third highest selling game in the N64's history, nestled just behind Mario with carts, and comfortably ahead of Ocarina of Time, which is just crazy to think about. Steve Ellis gave his take on why this was so. The reason it turned out so well is that no one was standing over you saying you don't need to do that, move on to the next bit. I was on the explosions for a month and I didn't have someone telling me I'd have a week and that was enough. If there had been, then the game might have been out on time. But our story isn't over here. In fact, we've barely just begun. Bond, James Bond, couldn't stay away from protecting crown and country for long, as GoldenEye's impact in the video game space was something of a white whale that several publishers wanted to recapture. Shocking! No one, of course. These two publishers just so happen to be two of our regulars, so allow me to introduce you to EA and Activision. Shortly after GoldenEye's multiple platinum status was confirmed, it didn't take long for Electronic Arts to come sniffing around for the money bucks, and offered a lucrative deal to EON for the rights to Tomorrow Never Dies. Maybe feeling that the N64's focus on multiplayer and being an amazing first-person shooter was more of an incidental thing, EA, I guess, felt that any old game could do those sales numbers. Thus, any old game was what we got. Tomorrow Never Dies was a clunky third-person attempt exclusively for the PlayStation that failed to capture the magic of Rare's magic. Although it should be noted that throughout EA's tenure with the license, the games would get increasingly better, peaking with Eurocom's 007 Nightfire. However, the blockbuster system-selling numbers of Goldeneye repeatedly eluded them, so a bit of smoke and mirrors was pulled with 2004's Goldeneye Rogue Agent. If you were either too young or lucky enough to not remember this fiasco, EA created a new villain called Goldeneye because he had a golden eye, in lieu of Bond being the protag. You had to wheel and deal with various other villains in the franchise, and while that was a unique premise, it ultimately didn't amount to much, as it was a hastily thrown together FPS lacking a lot of the series' charm, and wiser fans didn't appreciate the transparent cash grab. Now, back at Microsoft-owned Rare, a faithful remaster of the original GoldenEye running off the old code started gestating. The Xbox 360 marketplace was a booming ecosystem in the late 2000s, filled with various smaller-scale reboots and sequels to classics, so Microsoft had a small team at Rare start upgrading those blurry textures and, all those faces. This happened somewhere between 2007 and 2008, and they did this, of course, assuming there would be no issue in reacquiring the license at all. Also in 2007, that Bond video game license had just changed hands. EA had greenlit an adaptation of Casino Royale to coincide with the movie of the same name, but the game made very slow progress and was cancelled incredibly early on in its production, as there was no way they'd make the release date of Daniel Craig's debut. This, perhaps pissing off EON or just allowing their rights to expire, EA disavowed the secret agent. And that's precisely when Bobby Kotick swooped in atop his fell beast and clamped his oily jaws around Bond's throat. This also just so happened to be when Microsoft finally decided to contact all the relevant parties and to get the remaster into the hands of gamers the world over, since Rare were almost done with it. And it's also where this story gets incredibly complicated. For years, it's been said that Activision, Nintendo of America, and Microsoft had all agreed on terms, with the game set to appear on the Wii and the Xbox 360. Allegedly, though, it was the late Satoru Iwata that somehow had a problem with all of this and declined to give his permission or put pressure on Activision to cancel it, and none of that really makes any sense. Nintendo had zero legal right to any aspect of GoldenEye. Yes, they published it in 1997, but they didn't keep those publishing rights. I mean, they were fine with Microsoft releasing HD ports of Banjo-Kazooie and Tooie in 2008, so why would GoldenEye be so taboo? The only companies that had any real power were Activision and EON. If it involved Bond and video games, well, they had the final say on everything. But really, it was EON that trumped Activision, because whenever a new Bond is on the block, it does far better for business if the same face is seen across all media. At least, that's the marketing thought behind it. So it's not really a surprise as to what happened next. Not more than 2 years later, Activision and EON announced GoldenEye 007 for the Wii and 007 Bloodstone for the 360 and the PS3, both games starring Daniel Craig. Now, was it possible that Nintendo paid for a timed exclusive on this GoldenEye remake? Yeah, I mean, they themselves pushed it pretty hard at their E3 2010 stage show and even released golden controllers and shit. But, I mean, it couldn't have been that sweet of a deal, as the Call of Duty-inspired take on the franchise appeared on rival consoles barely a year later in the form of GoldenEye Reloaded, which featured extra content and enhanced visuals and online play. Regardless, Eurocom's GoldenEye remake sold very well on Nintendo's evergreen machine, but Activision then kinda messed it all up with 007 Legends, a rush mess that Eurocom also had to make under a crushing deadline, and therefore were immediately shut down after it flopped. I gotta tackle that game when I'm feeling up to it. Anyway, if you need a refresher about Legends' gimmick, well, it took various older 007 films, many of them not great ones, and replaced all the original Bond actors with, you guessed it, Cranial Dag. Funnily enough, many of the actor likenesses for the villains and the Bond girls remained intact, further illustrating the point that 007 himself is often the issue. This sensitivity to the casting of the character goes all the way back to the legendary deathmatch showdown that took place in Rare's offices back in '97. Right near the end of development, a guy came in from EON who owned the Bond license and saw we had put in Connery, Dalton, and more, as well as Brosnan. We thought it would be great for marketing, and even some screenshots went out with Connery in his white tuxedo. Then an edict came down from on high, and we had to get rid of the other Bonds. On the day we had to take them out, we played this epic deathmatch, first to 100 kills, which went on for about 3 hours. Mark Edmonds played as Moore and won by 1 kill. It went down to the wire. When you look back on the franchise, almost 25 years of consistent Bond video games, the one time that EON loosened up on this restriction was with EA's very solid From Russia with Love, which brought back Connery's likeness and voice. But this was more of an issue of convenience because Russia came out in 2005, which was literally in between Brosnan taking off the tux, but before Craig had slipped it on. Okay, well, now back to Legends. Okay, after Legends flopped, Activision let their rights expire, as they did with many other franchises they were publishing around that time, and Microsoft jumped at the chance with the situation now even less complicated. When Rare Replay was being planned for a 2014 release, it seemed like the perfect time to resurrect that GoldenEye remaster, so much so that they even recorded making of interviews with various staff intended to be included with that collection. The answer from EON was, of course, a resounding no, but it's unknown what the exact issue this time was, because it certainly wasn't Nintendo. Either Rare didn't want to put Craig's face in the game, or nobody wanted to pay Brosnan again, or EON simply stopped caring about video games altogether. As the years ticked on, many bemoaned the lack of Bond, who had had consistent video game presence for almost 20 years, but then suddenly was going on 8 years without a single title to his name. To fill the void, there actually was a really cool looking Unreal Engine 4 remake of GoldenEye being worked on by fans. The keyword being was. Since they announced it existed, EON slapped them with a good old C&D. Stop talking publicly about your fan games based on active franchises, please. Then, out of the blue, a YouTuber, Grazlu00, uploaded a full walkthrough of Rare's remaster and claimed he received this build from an unnamed party. The build itself was grabbed off of PartnerNet, which was an online testing ground for XBLA titles, not usually available to the public. And if you beat the remaster's campaign, the end credits prominently display "Bring GE Back MGM/EON, which kinda says it all. Looking at the whole picture of this insanity, even if Nintendo had some type of issue with what Rare and Microsoft had made and put pressure on Activision or whatever, that was never going to be the main problem. The main problem is, and always was, the actual owners of the IP, who didn't see any value in re-releasing the old game. Hell, there was never a single remaster or modern port of any classic 007 game, let alone GoldenEye, as EON is simply always about the present and not necessarily the past. As of today, Rare's Goldeneye Remaster is completely playable and beatable through a PC emulator, or with some work, an actual Xbox 360. I mean, I played it a few weeks back, it's awesome, and that's money that EON just left on the table. Lots of people want this to be officially released and on as many formats as possible, but because the franchise owners are so protective, it doesn't seem like it's gonna happen anytime soon. Maybe when IO Interactive's Bond project comes out and does really well, it'll spur further talk about GoldenEye once more, and it might come out officially, who knows? And if it does, generations of gamers can once again enjoy hours and hours of playing on Facility or Aztec, and everyone can have a good time, except for Oddjob players, because fuck you. If you know of any other sensational shooters that were sadly sacrificed, let me know in the comments below, drive your Aston Martins over to my Twitter, or take a big dumb Union Jack parachute into the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate the subject of our next episode. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
Who here would say that it's one of the greatest shooters of all time?
All in favor? Aye! All opposed?
Nay.
Who keeps saying that?
It was him. Let's get him, fellas.
Welcome back to What Happened, the show in which I was always going to write an episode about Alan Wake 4, but held off just long enough that Remedy eventually announced a sparkling new remaster that everyone can enjoy. Boy, I can't wait to tackle Rival School soon! Rival School Capcom? Why do I even bother? Anyway, most of you should be familiar with Max Payne, Jack Quantum, and all the slow-mo diving and shoot-banging powers of the greater Remedy-verse. Out of all of their games, though, the longest and most ominous shadow fell on Alan Wake, which had an arduous, almost 6-year development cycle fraught with doubt, uncertainty, and a reset of its entire structure. And with that aforementioned remaster out, it's as good a time as any to revisit one of the Finnish company's most unique and important titles. So slip on your tweed jacket, grab your thermos of coffee, and let's shed some light on what happened to Alan Wake.
I'm a writer.
It's 2003 and Remedy Entertainment has just completed Max Payne 2, The Fall of Max Payne, featuring Max Payne. And while it was more of an iterative sequel, they absolutely pushed the envelope in regards to technology. Personally, I remember seeing the physics-based mayhem and going, wow, graphics can't get any better than this. And they never did. Anyway, the studio was riding into high, but after 7 years of wandering the dreary, noir-filled streets of New York, they were looking to do something different for their next venture, and thus spent more than a year dreaming up ideas, settings, and genres. This period of exploration truly ran the gamut, and produced some wild stuff that you'd never associate with the studio, given their past or future work for that matter. One such idea was a comedic game that took place within a fantasy world. Think more Terry Pratchett instead of Frank Miller. And while the idea didn't last for very long, one element to its design did: darkness and light. The idea of playing with opposite ends of that spectrum was one of the earliest connective tissues that Remedy latched onto, from the concepting phase all the way to completion. They wanted to focus less on your typical gruff anti-hero like Marky Mark Payne, and more on an everyman, an author in this case, and landed on the name Alan Wake relatively early on. By the start of 2005, they had honed in on the setting, a quaint northwest town named Bright Falls, populated with an eclectic cast of characters and filled with forbidden closets of mysteries. If that feels eerily similar to Twin Peaks, well, that's because it is. Remedy was pretty clear that the seminal 90s dramedy was a huge influence on the game.
This is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee.
There was, however, one major difference in this early version of Alan Wake compared to the game we know today, and that was its structure. In 2005, Bright Falls was going to be an entirely open, free-roaming world that the player could explore. At their peak, Remedy only had 55 full-time employees, which was woefully low compared to what you need to make a sandbox game at that time, and staffing up just to throw bodies at the problem wasn't really Remedy's MO. Thus, the technology team hunkered down for months and months, figuring out how the studio could build a lot of game a lot of quickly. What they came up with was a specific set of engine tools which were built off Max Payne 2's Max Ed level editor, which would allow the team to create vast amounts of game world without having to laboriously place every single bush or tree stump. Former Remedy head Oskari Häkkinen explained, "An unconventional game requires unconventional tools. We spent lots of effort in the early stages of development creating biotypes that mesh together, based off the research photos we took. Now, if we place a road in the middle of the world, for instance, the system automatically knows to put trees or grass on the road. It also automatically generates sprouts of grass coming from the edges of the tarmac and ensures that the grass type is in line with the vegetation surrounding the road. In addition to that, it'll add gravel and a ditch on the sides of the road. The effort put into making these systems work saved us time later, as no post-editing was needed, and they allowed our artists to work very efficiently." Right, the research photos. Finland is very different from the Pacific Northwest, obviously, so the team flew out to Washington State, Oregon, and British Columbia to take over 60,000 photos of diners, lakes, and towns, and even camped out in forests overnight to paint an accurate picture of the region. All of this was done to flesh out the world of Bright Falls, in which Wake could follow the main story path, or Pete could get into a car and drive to a logging camp, find collectibles, visit restaurants, and avoid eye contact with his fans. It was up to the player, and everything was governed by a dynamic day and night cycle, which of course played into the game's themes. Even at this early stage, the project was looking really impressive, pushing the physics-based systems of Max Payne 2 even further, like logs realistically rolling down a hill. Remedy was feeling confident with what they had and decided to put together a demo for a behind-closed-doors presentation at E3 2005, and this is where the hype machine for Alan Wake slowly started to awaken. The press and potential publishers were all duly impressed, as the game stood out compared to typical open-world fare. It was a dark thriller with a unique hero. It was nestled in forests, lakes, and cabins rarely seen in video games at that point. While several big publishers had shown interest, Remedy went with Microsoft, with one of the chief reasons being that the IP would ultimately belong to them and not the electronics giant, at least not indefinitely, which is why the recent remaster is even possible. Once Daddy Gates' deep pockets were opened up though, Remedy got to work in earnest, building out content, locations, and missions, basically filling Bright Falls with things to do. Slowly though, over the course of 2005, 2006, all the way to 2008, a deep, uncomfortable feeling started welling up in the back of the team's skull. A dark, inky, nagging thing that kept echoing through their collective mind palaces until they could no longer ignore its warning. They had built the game completely wrong. Originally, the day and night cycle pushed two sides of gameplay. During the day, Alan could talk to NPCs, gather clues, and start amassing resources which would be invaluable during the night, where combat would finally kick off. Sam, do the Max Payne face, Lake, detailed this process in an interview with Game Informer. When you say night is coming and night brings trouble, it starts to mean the player wants to prepare for nightfall. We had elements where you are driving around in this open world looking for a generator, looking for portable light sources, looking for gasoline for the generator, and then you are setting up a camp and preparing for the nightfall. Also, with the NPCs, we found ourselves in a situation wondering, does it make sense to have NPCs around? This is one of those elements that started to make less and less sense for the team as they built the game's structure and tried to balance its pacing. The main thrust of the story was finding Alan's absconded wife, and when giving the player absolute freedom, that story was robbed of its urgency. When you look at Remedy's history, it's always been clear that story was a driving force for the action. So, if they felt that it was starting to slip into the background, well, that's a fair concern, one that Oscari also shared. A thriller is very much like a roller coaster. You need those build-ups to make the plunges feel all the more exhilarating. We just weren't getting this in a sandbox design because all the gamistic things you need were detracting from the story being the focal point. Having flexibility with linear environments also gave us the opportunity to make any given path as wide or as narrow as we pleased. It allowed us to play around with gameplay, narrow stealth areas like when the cops are chasing Wake, and wider areas to allow exploration and that sense of, oh shit, I'm lost, what's in the woods? So yeah, it resulted in a much better game. So while it was a decision that was certainly not made lightly, especially with Microsoft footing the bill, Remedy felt it was the right one for the game. So for the next 2 years, they took a long, hard look at what they had and started to focus. What set pieces and locations worked within the context of the story, what was essential and what was not. They plucked out the areas they had built and started slotting them in like a giant jigsaw puzzle, building each narrative beat one by one, which gave the game a more authored, handcrafted feel. One slight issue though, Remedy, who turned the third-person action genre on its head with Max Payne, was starting to accrue a reputation for super high-quality titles, and a delay to Alan Wake only built up its mystique. Typically, when a game gets delayed over and over, there's this perception it's gonna blow everyone away with innovation or the amount of content or what have you.
This is taking forever.
But at the time, it wasn't really widespread news that the game essentially hit the reset button. What's more is that with it being placed as a big Xbox exclusive during the raging battlefield that was the 7th generation HD Wars, perhaps too much expectation was placed upon Mr. Wake's tweed-covered shoulders.
I don't like it, Al. I don't like any of it. It's not good. In fact, it's the absolute opposite of good.
Eventually, though, as Remedy was piecing together Alan's journey through Bright Falls, a final release date was chosen, May 18th, 2010. Now, while positioned as an Xbox 360 exclusive, a PC version of the game had been confirmed earlier on, which made sense as Remedy had a long history of supporting the format. However, this didn't exactly go to plan, which is something I'll swing back around on in a little bit. Now, while certainly anticipated, the May 18th release date wasn't exactly an ideal situation, because it squarely placed Mr. Wake in the shadow of a number of competitors. I'm not sure if y'all remember, but it was an incredibly busy day for video gaming. On just that specific Tuesday, Remedy had to fend off Prince of Persia: The Forgotten Sands, Split Second, and Red Dead Redemption. In addition to that, less than a week later came Blur, and then Super Mario Galaxy 2, so there were a lot of places gamers could spend their money that week, and unfortunately, Bright Falls wasn't really one of them.
Right. So much for a quiet vacation.
Despite some very positive reviews, Alan Wake reportedly moved only 145,000 copies in its first 2 weeks, while John Marston roped up 1.5 million in the same time frame. Very slowly over the subsequent months, and eventually years, the game inched over the platinum threshold, which, when compared to a lot of other Microsoft-published games of the day, your Gears or your Forzas, wasn't so hot. Alan Wake's American Nightmare, an oddball downloadable spin-off released almost 2 years later, didn't help move the needle much. But what really didn't move the needle much in a lot of gamers, and specifically PC gamers' eyes, was the cancellation of the PC version. Around the game's Xbox 360 launch, Microsoft infamously said, "Some games are more suited for the intimacy of the PC, and others are best played from the couch in front of a larger TV screen." We ultimately realized that the most compelling way to experience Alan Wake was on the Xbox 360 platform, so we focused on making it an Xbox 360 exclusive. Both Microsoft and Remedy have long histories in PC game development. Okay, this decision was about matching the specific game to the right platform. Okay, a ludicrous nonsense statement nowadays, but 11 years ago, it was fairly typical, as lots of console titles saw incredibly delayed PC ports or even skipped them altogether. Remedy, however, fought for the PC for years, finally convincing Microsoft to give the green light, which resulted in the game hitting Steam in 2012, just ahead of Alan Wake's American Nightmare featuring Cody Rhodes. Ever since then, the studio remained tight-lipped about a return to Bright Falls, occasionally dropping hints on how they'd like to revisit it in some fashion, but never going beyond that.
Will we ever get to play Alan Wake 2? Yes.
Don't give me hope.
It wasn't until Control tied a number of Remedy's franchises together, confirming they all happened in the same universe, which, for a short time, was the most Alan Wake we had gotten in a decade. But hey, the remaster's out now, and look at Alan's face! It actually looks so much better. I'm sorry, I was trying not to bring it up the entire video, even though I love this game. What is wrong with your face? Ah, man, I love dipping into these more positive episodes every so often, but if you know of any other game development life cycles, good or bad, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or slow-mo dive into the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss to play a part in what I tackle in the future. Then, at that precise moment, the YouTube content creator influencer, the skeleton guy, then did his sign-off for the fans of his show. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Welcome once again, all you inept teens and youngsters, to another chilling episode of What Happened, the show where, Matt, you all scream in terror and anger. Why are you covering Until Dawn? That game was so dope. It had serial killers, jump scares, Wendigos, and Freddie Mercury. I know, right? It was one of the most well-received horror experiences of the last decade, and really seemed like it had the potential to become the next big Sony franchise. Unfortunately, its long and protracted development may have contributed to those dreams being dashed, or in this case, slashed. Some of you may recall that Until Dawn actually started life as a PS Triple Ballin' exclusive, and also exclusively used the Move controllers. Do any of you non-PS VR fans remember those things? Well, wait, do you remember this guy? Anyway, there's plenty of meat on these bones for us to dissect, so grab your flashlights and put on your parkas. It's time to find out what happened to Until Dawn.
Should have paid more attention in climbing class.
So as mentioned, when Until Dawn was first announced for the PS3 all the way back at Gamescom 2012, it was massively different from what would eventually release on the PS4 in 2015. UK-based Supermassive Games had originally envisioned it as a pretty standard first-person horror game. It was originally built around the PlayStation Move, and as such would feature hand-based puzzle-solving, item collecting, and even gunplay. You could also freely roam around each level, investigating scenes at your leisure while using the Move controllers to point your flashlight in whatever direction, similar to Wii horror experiences like Silent Hill, Shattered Memories, and of course, the seminal classic, Escape from Bug Island. But before I get ahead of myself, which I sometimes do, let's go back just a bit further. While Supermassive Games is credited as the main studio who developed Until Dawn, it wasn't always so. I had a chance to speak with Graham Resnick, a horror writer who was hired to co-write Until Dawn's script and would also go on to help pen most of their later games. Graham graciously shared some information about the origins of Until Dawn and how they go back even further than most realize. I don't actually know too much about the original origins of the game beyond that it was a title with another studio, possibly first party with Sony, before it ended up at Supermassive. But once it got to Supermassive, the only thing it truly shared with the original version, as far as I know, was a very loose concept: teenagers, lodge/cabin, mountain, horror, which doesn't seem like a lot to go on, but in 2010-2011 or so, doing a teen slasher game was definitely something pretty off the beaten path. Supermassive took the loose concept and created their own unique story and set of characters.
Digging through footage of the early build that's been floating around out there, and believe me, there's a lot, reveals that at one point Sony's London studio logo appeared during the intro, with no sign of Supermassives at all. Said London studio had become specialists in PlayStation accessories, starting with the iToy back on the PS2, and they also shipped a huge amount of move-only games on the PS3, so they, being the original developers, makes total sense. While we don't know exactly why the project was moved around, London Studio had a super packed slate at that time. Dozens of SingStar games, 2 iPads, a PSVR launch title later on, plus the first 3 Wonderbook games, and shipped them all within a single year. Anyways, they were obviously quite busy, so they need someone else to pass the Until Dawn torch to, hence Supermassive Games. Now, you'd be forgiven for thinking Supermassive might not have been the best choice, as up until then, they were best known for various pieces of Little Big Planet DLC, including Sackboy's prehistoric moves, and the 4th Wonderbook game, Walking with Dinosaurs, something I just found out existed. So, with that context, it makes sense that with such a variety of shipped projects, PlayStation Move experience, and their proximity with the London studio via the Wonderbook series, they were a pretty good fit. On top of that, Graham shared with me why he felt Supermassive were the ones who would do Until Dawn's concept justice. I can say that once I got to know Will Biles and Pete Samuels and many of the other folks at Supermassive, it was very clear why they were the ones to take on this project. They're huge horror fans, and they were dedicated to making it the best video game a horror fan could want. In the 2000s and early 2010s, horror games and movies were pretty dominated by action, zombies, etc. It was still a big part of horror, but at the time, doing something that was not about action would feel like a movie you could play, seemed like a novel concept, and Supermassive was relentlessly passionate about making it work and convincing people it would work, despite a lot of initial skepticism surrounding the project. One of the issues the team encountered in this early PS3 version was that the first-person setup wasn't as good as directing the player through the story as a fixed camera setup could be. Players could just walk away from characters who were speaking to them, and it wasn't as easy to force players to head in the desired direction. Because of this, Graham told me that the game featured far more quote-unquote nag lines and barks, presumably to help pull the player away from looking at suspicious rocks. Graham also shared that he remembers writing over 100 lines of dialogue just for when you blasted a character's eyes with their flashlight. What's more is that this was Supermassive's first big narrative game, and they were inheriting a workflow from another studio to boot. Graham recalled how this resulted in him having to use Excel to organize thousands of lines of dialogue, and that it was such a massive headache for them that Supermassive actually developed their own proprietary tools for their later titles. Although we're not privy to any technical or programming issues the team might have struggled with, and despite the leaked PS3 gameplay looking really solid, there were still some very big changes coming around the frigid corner.
Hello? What's going on out there?
By the end of 2013, Until Dawn was essentially finished, and even though it was scheduled to launch on the PS3 by the end of that year, both Supermassive and Sony had remained tight-lipped about its progress. This is because there was a big shift happening behind the scenes, but before this shift could be communicated to the public, news got out to several publications that Until Dawn was getting the metaphorical axe and was being cancelled outright. This is because that December, Amazon customer support sent out an email informing early buyers that their pre-orders for Until Dawn were no longer going to be fulfilled, as they had been told it was being canned. Of course, technically, this was actually completely true. The PS3 version of Until Dawn was being cancelled. That said, fans and reporters began jumping to conclusions, and so Supermassive managing director Pete Samuels would pop up to set the record straight. It's clearly not planned to be a 2013 release any longer, and I'm hoping and expecting to be able to say more in the new year, but that's really all I'm able to say right now. With all the money and time already invested, releasing the game as a move-only title on the PS3 in 2014 would have been just as good as killing its cast of 18 to 20-something-year-olds themselves. Evidently, the decision was made to move the entire project over to the PS4, as it would benefit the type of storytelling they were hoping to achieve. We do know this switch was made easier by Guerrilla Games' proprietary internal engine, which functions smoothly on both the PS3 and PS4, as evidenced by footage of the leaked prototype build still having residual Killzone 3 assets. So there's probably a fair chance that Guerrilla, at the very least, provided support in the PS3 to PS4 transplant. It also meant that during this time, the once unnamed internal Guerrilla Games engine turned into Hideo Kojima's tech of choice, Decima. With that said, it's crazy that such a massive amount of footage from the unfinished PS3 build leaked onto the internet, and judging from said footage, it looked great and seemed to perform quite smoothly. Therefore, it's fair to assume that the Switch was made for marketing reasons rather than debilitating tech problems. Graham corroborated this for me when I asked if this was the case. Correct, unless there's more to the story than I'm aware, this has always been my understanding. It feels a little weird to see it listed sometimes as a cancelled game when really it just had a midstream metamorphosis. Work never properly stopped on it or anything. The PS4 technology made it possible in a way that felt much more in line with Until Dawn's concept, so it was reworked in every way that could take advantage of that. With the big delay, this meant Supermassive can now take the time to see what it could improve in the switch to the PS4, with the biggest one being the game's perspective. I think there were two main things that shifted the narrative in that regard and drove the redesign, moving away from first person into fixed camera angles, which allowed the narrative to be told through shots and edits, which is much more cinematic than the free roam first person, and the high resolution facial capture, which allowed Larry and I, as writers, to express ideas and thoughts exactly how we would in a movie, by letting the actors' performances do the heavy lifting that only they can do. I also asked Graham about something every studio and game developer knows all too well, the dusty regrets of the cutting room floor. Between all the different builds of the game, the hundreds upon hundreds of pages of dialogue, and mid-development console swapping, some things had to be dropped or simplified. One such element that Graham was sad to see go was the game's 3D TV support, a feature that Sony had been pushing hard near the twilight years of the PS3, and a feature that they dropped just as hard when the 3D TV bubble burst. In terms of content, one big change was the opening scene, which focused on Hannah and Beth. It was originally much longer and more drawn out, but they felt ultimately that it hurt the pacing of the game a bit, so the sequence was cut down to the bare essentials. Ashley, one of the more inquisitive and serious characters seen in the final version, also started out as pretty much an entirely different person. In the PS3 version of the game, Ashley was an overly anxious, workaholic pill popper who had a vivid, nearly split personality persona straight out of Agatha Christie named Mrs. Merriweather, who she would recede into under duress. Ashley would of course lose the split personality during the subsequent rewrites, though Graham also explained that in general, many of the characters who were a bit too over the top were adjusted to make for a more grounded cast. Well, as grounded as these characters could be.
Hashtag there's a freaking ghost after us! Crack a dictionary much, biatch?
Looky. Who's gonna fire up some nookie?
Speaking of characters, when the game moved over to the PS4, performance capture was making massive strides in producing even more nuance and believability within the medium, and wanting to leverage that further, much of the PS3 cast was replaced with actors who fans might better recognize. Brett Dalton of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Until Dawn fame was one of the few that were retained during the switch. In an interview with Comic Find, he remembers the experience rather fondly and recalls a particularly intense audition process. The story with that is that they held legit auditions. It wasn't just a voiceover thing. You were actually using the space, all of that stuff. They were throwing things at you during the audition. I want to say just throwing ideas, but I felt like, and maybe I'm just misremembering this, but I think they actually did throw things. Maybe it was just ideas, like, oh, there's a deer head now, coming at you! When I asked Graham about this, he said, chuckling, "I cannot confirm or deny that any deerheads, living or dead, were thrown at the actors." When Until Dawn was finally re-unveiled to the public, the glow-up to the PS4 was, needless to say, rather stunning. The extra 2 years of development overhauling the facial capture, the graphical fidelity, and the cinematic presentation really helped it stand out in an era where Telltale was still the standard for choice-based narrative games. It also didn't hurt that it no longer required players to buy a set of Move controllers to play it. Just a new console, which is somehow still a better deal? When it was released in August of 2015, reviews were pretty positive, maintaining a 79 average on Metacritic with over 100 reviews, in addition to an even higher user score, with the only negatives being Emily! Fans really got into the story and characters, and the well-executed twists and turns really elevated the experience for many. Very quickly, Until Dawn found an unexpected, almost viral popularity on both Twitch and YouTube, despite being positioned as more of a mid-tier summer release. It seemed at that time like Supermassive and Sony had an absolute hit on their hands. The game would place 7th in the August NPD charts, with Sony's then president Shuhei Yoshida proclaiming it a sleeper hit, while Supermassive's own Pete Samuels said it surpassed their expectations. Although specific, credible worldwide sales data for Until Dawn isn't really available, it seemed both publisher and developer were satisfied with its performance, but it is curious that there was never any braggy press releases or tweets trumpeting its success. Sony and Supermassive continued to work together on a number of titles, like Hidden Agenda, which was probably the most interesting game in Sony's ill-fated PlayLink program, and 3 all-new VR games, the less-than-ideal Bravo team, the well-received rail shooter Until Dawn Rush of Blood, and the less-than-well-received The Inpatient. Bravo team staff would eventually speak out in a Eurogamer article about how Until Dawn's success had the studio management suddenly imposing all sorts of arbitrary changes for the game in order to chase the so-called Hollywood realism that had brought them success with Until Dawn. Beyond that, there's a rumor that Supermassive were recently working on a Killzone VR game, but that Sony handed the game off to another studio due to dissatisfaction with the project. And that's pretty much it for Supermassive and Sony's partnership. Namco Bandai, meanwhile, proceeded to repeat their legally distinct successor series to a surprising Sony hit title by signing Supermassive over to a lucrative 8-game contract for the Dark Pictures anthology. Outside of that, the studio would also find the time to make the smaller-scale Shattered State, as well as the even closer to Until Dawn horror title, The Quarry. As for why Sony never saw fit to release a more traditional Until Dawn sequel, well, Graham chimes in once more. I don't have all the details on the ins and outs, but I think the game did very well enough to get those spin-offs greenlit at least. Lack of a literal Until Dawn 2 could be for a variety of reasons, but it's Sony's IP, so in the end, it's not something Supermassive could control. As for the future of Until Dawn, well, recent rumors have swirled about a possible remake of the game, but otherwise, we don't really know anything concrete. That said, Supermassive is still absolutely in the business of providing fans with what they've come to expect, and while their newer horror titles haven't quite hit the same highs as the original Until Dawn did in 2015, the studio's love for the genre obviously managed to stay alive. Graham Resnick, meanwhile, looks back on the last decade of working on horror games extremely warmly, saying, "There is literally nothing better to me as a writer than knowing that there are people out there who quote/meme the insane stuff I made up late at night on a drunk Skype session with Larry, or put Jesus hot sauce Christmas cake on a t-shirt, or climbing class, or peanut butter pops." It's truly bananas and really does make spending millions of hours of my life writing 5,000 to 10,000 pages of hot nonsense per game totally and completely worth it. Thanks again so much to Graham for taking the time to talk to me about Until Dawn. And if you out there know of any other games or movies you'd like me to slash up next, let me know in the comments below or brave the dank mountain cave that is my Twitter. See you next time, and thanks for watching!
Hey, welcome to What Happened, the show that has over 5 hours of Capcom-based content across over a dozen videos. How about we shift gears and cover one of their riskier ventures that wound up being one of their biggest successes? You know, as a little treat. 1998's Resident Evil 2 is regarded as one of the titles that actually elevated Capcom's standing within the industry at large, and was probably one of the main reasons they started shifting resources and teams away from the arcades and onto console development. Resident Evil had been a surprise hit, and the sequel was expected to follow that up with gusto. As it turns out though, there was a significant period of time where the game was failing to impress even those within Capcom, with some staff feeling that it was a bland, disjointed mess that was failing to recognize the elements that made the first game so memorable. So grab your herb mixtures and stock up at Kendo's. It's time to find out what happened to Resident Evil 2.
Hold your fire! I'm a human!
To properly tell this tale, we have to start by going over the state of Capcom in the mid-90s. Enter Tokoru Fujiwara. He was the director of classic Capcom arcade games like Puyan and Vulgus, and would eventually become the head of console development at Capcom in 1988. In 1993, he would begin production on a horror game that would harken back to one of his earlier projects, 1989's Sweet Home. One of his tasks was to put together the team that would go on to create this new world of horror, placing Shinji Mikami, designer of both Goof Troop and Capcom's Aladdin, in the role of director. Fujiwara had approached Mikami by asking him if he hated being scared, and it was apparently Mikami's earnest answer of yes that cemented Fujiwara's decision. Jumping ahead a few years, just as Resident Evil / Biohazard was wrapping up during the tail end of 1995, Fujiwara left the company, feeling that Capcom was headed for Sequel City while he still wanted to make original games. While he considered his experience working on Resident Evil a breath of fresh air, he gave Capcom his notice before it would reach its blockbuster status. Another key departure from the original team was Kenichi Iwao, a very much unsung hero when it comes to the first game. He was the scenario writer, and he came up with a huge amount of Resident Evil staples that are still used today. I'm talking about concepts like the T-Virus, zombies, bioweapons, the Special Tactics and Rescue Squad, better known as... Thank you. Just about everything that made Resident Evil, Resident Evil. Hell, he even wrote the Itchy Tasty diary entry. After departing Capcom, he joined up with Square Enix, where he wrote and directed Parasite Eve 2. Perhaps not his best work, but he did eventually move to greener, more fantasy-filled pastures. As we all know, the original Resident Evil chilled the blood of many a PlayStation owner, with the game selling over 2.75 million copies, and millions more if you consider the other editions. But with Fujiwara and Iwao now gone, a new team would need to be assembled to start work on the follow-up. Mikami, funnily enough, inherited Fujiwara's role, becoming the producer / manager for the sequel. He then chose plucky 25-year-old Hideki Kamiya to fill the director's chair, despite him having no experience in that role. Now, this wasn't as random of a pick as you might think. Kamiya had actually designed some rooms in the Spencer estate, and is also credited with coming up for the names for most of the main STARS members. A lot of the information in this video comes from Alex Aniel's fantastic book, Itchy Tasty, an unofficial history of Resident Evil, link in the description, and in it comes this amazing recollection from Kamiya about how Mikami approached him. You're the dark horse of the new recruits. You're either going to fail spectacularly, or you're going to be a huge success. This was said because Kamiya, just like his boss a few years previously, had reservations about directing a horror game, as he also wasn't the biggest fan of the genre in general. But with Mikami's confidence in his abilities, Kamiya accepted, despite the monumental pressure that was already going to be on him and the rest of the team. Capcom had built a reputation on making some pretty successful sequels. So the team received their mandate: surpass the first Resident Evil in every way possible. Quick PSA, the following is my own footage of the leaked build of the early prototype of RE2. And if you hit the link in the description, it'll bring you to my new gameplay channel, Flophouse Plays. Over there you can check out the full video of me messing around in this weird version of the RPD building you all know and love. Anyways, since Kamiya wasn't terribly interested in horror, his first inclination was to have the sequel skew towards constant action, more set pieces, explosions, ammo, weapons, and more enemies on screen to boot. Kamiya had also wanted to not be beholden to the story of the first game, and thus he created a brand new cast of characters with zero links to the surviving STARS members. These new playable heroes would be a rookie cop by the name of Leon, Mr. Kennedy if you're nasty, and motorcycle enthusiast Elza Walker. The only real big connection to the first game was the setting, Raccoon City, the sleepy little town that was right in the middle of the T-Virus splash zone. Umbrella, do you have any comment as to why this is happening?
No comment.
With the team formed and the scenario locked in, Capcom was quick to announce to the press that a sequel was in full production and would be completed by spring of 1997 at the latest. Fans were already salivating at the idea, as survival horror had exploded with RE1's success, with lots of copycats already on the way. A lot of anticipation was building a lot quickly, which put even more pressure on Kamiya and the team. In addition, Capcom were banking hard on RE2 as well, as the high profits of Street Fighter II and its many arcade sequels were fading off by this point. The success of the first Resident Evil had gotten the execs to take notice, and if RE2 could prove to be an even bigger success, the publisher's entire business strategy would pivot. So Kamiya, good luck, and don't fuck it up. The team worked hard throughout 1996, building not just a singular mansion, but almost an entire town, as the horror would now infect several locations within Raccoon City, with the RPD station being the star of the show. Mikami had complete faith in the new direction the team were headed towards, and he let Kamiya complete his vision, which by the end of 1996 was reportedly about 70% complete. However, all console games needed to be evaluated by Yoshiki Okamoto, who took over from Fujiwara after he had left, and it was from him that final approval needed to be given before the team could start polishing and wrapping things up. The first game had also apparently been a little rough when it was handed over to Okamoto for approval, and only got said approval after a number of changes he had wanted to see had been implemented. As it turns out, however, he was thrilled with what the team had come up with for Resident Evil 2 and gave them an enthusiastic thumbs up. Which is something I would be saying to you if this wasn't what happened. Okamoto, in fact, was not a fan of what Kamiya had done. The extra emphasis on action, the brighter color palette, the game's lack of scares, and even the story all dissatisfied him, and major changes would be necessary for the game to get the all clear. While it might have been possible to let the gameplay changes slide, it was clear to Okamoto that Kamiya's storytelling was the real issue, and that his inexperience in writing wasn't something that could be easily fixed or ignored. Unlike Street Fighter or Ghosts and Goblins, story was pretty integral to the appeal of Resident Evil, and Kamiya's attempt seemed to have fallen far short of what was expected, with Okamoto apparently feeling it was subpar, uninteresting, and the game as a whole lacked originality. Unfortunately, since Iwao had left, there wasn't an experienced writer on staff who could quickly take up the reins, so extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Capcom looked outside the company and brought aboard the late Noboru Sugimura, an acclaimed television writer who had worked on series including Super Sentai and Kamen Rider, to see if he could help. Capcom had Sugimura play through the incomplete build, and once finished, he suggested a lot of changes. He told Kamiya that the idea of a direct sequel having almost no connection to the story of the first game was a massive mistake which absolutely needed to be rectified. He also felt the game lacked tension, and the characters had almost zero depth to them, and since these aspects were fundamental to the experience, he suggested everything be scrapped and to start over from square one.
Sorry, but it looks like your party has been cancelled.
Both Kamiya and Mikami were unsure if this was the right course of action, and since they already had mountains of pressure piling up, such a decision couldn't be made lightly. They thanked Sugimura for his advice and decided to weigh their options. Junking absolutely everything was a bit extreme, but at the same time, they both knew that Sugimura had made valid points, with Kamiya taking these criticisms to heart. They eventually came to determination. If respected creators like Okamoto and Sugimura were reaching the same dissatisfied conclusions for the same reasons, the best choice was to start over and try again. Okamoto also agreed with this course of action. All three of them brought this proposal back to the Capcom bigwigs, estimating that they would need an entire extra year to make a truly worthy follow-up. God, they must have been shitting their asses during this meeting. Fortunately though, this extension was granted. While delaying a game they had previously announced as almost done was a big risk, they knew they had to get this right. It had to blow the first Resident Evil away. As per Alex's book, when asked what he felt about scrapping so much work, Kamiya said in his most Kamiya way, "It truly was a piece of shit. It was boring, devoid of vision, and a poor excuse for a horror game. To be honest, I was actually relieved when we cancelled the game. It was my first time sitting in the director's seat, so I was quite inexperienced. Another thing that contributed to the failure of the game was my lack of vision. I do not usually have a specific vision going into a project. I like to experiment and see what sticks." While the two leads were confident this was the right thing to do, the rest of the team's morale sunk to an all-time low. A whole year of work, mostly down the blood-stained toilet. Things got bad enough that a few staff members apparently even approached Mikami asking that Hideki Kamiya get demoted from his directorial role. These requests fell not just on deaf ears, but like angry ears. It was reported that Mikami would redirect the complaint and ask, "Well, why don't you direct the game then?" which tended to shut everybody up. The team then filed away the scrap version as a prototype, dubbed Resident Evil 1.5, indicating simply that the development occurred between the first and second games. It wasn't all for naught though. Parts of the prototype's code were used in Onimusha, which started life as a PS1 game before eventually migrating onto the PS Double Ballin'. The delay did give Capcom marketing a decent idea. To tide over the fans disappointed over the extra year they need to wait, why not throw them a bone with a director's cut of the first game? Or better yet, a version with DualShock support and a little bit of footage of Resident Evil 1.5 as a bonus. One thing though, if you are gonna play this game, you're gonna have to put up with Okamoto felt that if they were going to do this right, they should also bring Sugimura closer to the development, as the story was now seen as being paramount to its success. Sugimura was happy to lend a hand and did feel there were two main narrative aspects that could be salvaged from 1.5. Firstly, most of the characters. I say most because Sugimura insisted that one of the playable heroes needed a direct link to the first game. Thus, Elza Walker became Claire of the Redfield clan, famous for their boulder punching prowess. The second aspect Sugimura felt they should keep was Raccoon City, and more specifically the police department, but it would need some serious remodeling. In 1.5, it was a maze of plain offices and nondescript hallways that were lacking in terms of atmosphere. Sugimura suggested that the building's origins should be rewritten to have been a museum before being turned into police headquarters. universe, which would add a ton more character, mystery, and be a convenient excuse for the many bizarre puzzles and artwork adorning the walls. The playable scenarios for each character have been closely modeled after RE1 up to this point, but both Kamiya and Sugimura decided they could be greatly expanded upon. Together, they devised RE2's unique zapping system, where completing the scenarios in different orders would lead to unique events, and thus more replay value. With the extra time, the team are also able to make substantial upgrades to the visuals, adding more gore and variety to the enemies, as well as a ton of extra environmental detail. They also incorporated tons of high-quality CGI animation, a big step up from the first game's more frugal approach. Sugimura also left his mark in more direct ways, expanding the roles of supporting characters like Ada and Sherry, and came up with the concept of the G-Virus and its various gross mutations. While the first game was limited in emotional depth, he was able to dramatically improve the character's abilities to express a broader array of emotions, such as love.
I see you don't have a lifeguard here at your beach.
I'm not at the beach, this is a bathtub.
There was just one last major issue that cropped up just as the game was being completed. At the very tail end of development, where everything was locked in, a member of the team noticed that they had made a mistake in the way they tracked the size of the game's audio files, and realized that the total audio data surpassed what could be held on a single PlayStation CD. Now, they could take the time to try and fix the issue, but the game was already behind schedule, and while Capcom upper management was not happy with this news, they decided they would simply take the financial hit on a double-sized 2-disc jewel case, even though the developers probably could have squeezed it all into one disc. The flip side of this mistake was that in terms of marketing, it played well to fans. It only increased the hype and mystique for Resident Evil 2, making it seem far bigger than the first game and well worth waiting for. This is something Capcom would try to replicate with Devil May Cry 2 to much worse results. Fortunately, it was well worth it in the end. The delay only built the hype up even more, so when it was finally released on the PlayStation in January 1998, fans were ravenous to experience the next evolution in survival horror. Capcom's sales expectations were very high for the 1990s, as they hoped to sell 2 million copies in a relatively short period. But thankfully, that goal was smashed and then some. It sold 1.4 million copies in Japan in just 4 days, something typically reserved for the likes of major RPGs, and North America wasn't far behind. When it was all said and done, the two PlayStation releases totaled over 4.96 million units, with further ports of the game bringing it comfortably past the 6 million unit line. Besides the commercial success, the reviews and impressions from fans were outrageously positive, further cementing Resident Evil as the undeniable king of survival horror. Better luck next time, Countdown Vampires!
This is bad.
What's going on?
This success, thankfully, also benefited the actual staff. After the splashy release of RE1, Shinji Mikami had complained that despite it selling millions of copies, he and his team saw no additional financial gain, and his meager salary had forced him to postpone marriage plans at the time. RE2's blockbuster success changed all this, as Capcom instituted an incentive-based bonus system based on a game's performance, so the entire team saw some actual dividends from their hard work. Not only that, Okamoto had seen how important a fleshed out story could be for future cinematic console experiences. During the game's development, he and Sugimura founded Flagship Co. Limited, a Capcom subsidiary that specialized in the development of video game stories and writing. They would be involved with a number of Resident Evil, Onimusha, and Dino Crisis titles, in addition to a handful of Kirby and Zelda games, oddly enough. With With RE2 becoming one of the biggest games that year, Resident Evil as a franchise became Capcom's priority and got shuffled in a variety of fun and interesting ways. Several different follow-ups were in development, with the first eventually shipping as Code Veronica, while the second was a Kamiya-directed PS1 game that took place on a cruise ship. Meanwhile, what started as an RE2 spin-off featuring the star's biggest fan would end up getting promoted into the actual Resident Evil 3, as that game was already deep in development and it was felt that Kamiya and his team should move on to the PS2, which was just around the corner. Once all that dust was settled, they would begin work on Resident Evil 4, which didn't quite go the way most were expecting it to, like at all, but that's a tale for another time. If you know of any other salvageable survivors of the video game or movie industries, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or open the loading doors to my Patreon to nominate what you want to see in the future. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Metal Gear, the tactical stealth action franchise that warns against the military-industrial complex, economic inequality, and carries strong anti-nuclear messages, but dresses all that up with bumblebee men, girly posters, and robotic dinosaurs. It's a franchise that's been around since 1987, and I think most would agree that it's never had a single controversial entry or problem-fraught development cycle ever. Nope. Not a one! Oh, wait, how silly of me. There is Metal Gear Rising Revengeance!
Now there's a pretty meme. Exquisite.
Okay, let me explain. A good portion of you are already writing an angry comment right now. Oh, I know you are. So let me be clear. Revengeance is awesome. One of the best action games ever released on the Xbox 360 or PS3. Why, the only thing that really rivaled it was Bayonetta, and that's not really surprising. But what is a bit shocking is that there was a concrete chance of things going down very differently. If you're a casual fan of Metal Gear or character action, you might have forgotten or never even knew in the first place that Metal Gear Rising had a very bumpy ride during its development. However, thanks to either a twist of fate, sheer determination, or maybe just good old-fashioned
nanomachine, son!
Raiden's hacky, slashy adventure was plucked from the metal jaws of failure and launched into the shining red sun of success. Alrighty, so Metal Gear Solid 4, you remember that one, right? Oh no, well, let me refresh your memory! Yeah, so there you go. After completing such a massive and complex game, Metal Gear creator and Norman Reedus enthusiast Hideo Kojima sought to take a break from the franchise. Well, okay, not really. He just took a break from big console Metal Gears to work on slightly smaller handheld Metal Gears. Anyway, this left a good portion of Kojima Productions without much to do, so a spin-off was the next logical step to use the engine and assets that went into MGS4 and to extend that into another game. Now, one of the biggest surprises to come out of the Guns of the Patriots was the transformation of Jack the Ripper, aka Raiden, aka Mr. Lightning Bolt, who wasn't exactly welcomed with open arms by most of the Metal Gear fanbase after his Sons of Liberty debut, and that was something Kojima wanted to change. So, after some cheeky references in Snake Eater, he sought to make the character so cool that people would go from saying, "Oh, Raiden," to "Whoa, Raiden!" Mission accomplished. Now, to explain exactly how this total makeover came about and how Raiden, saved Olga's baby from the Patriots, who we were told were dead, Kojima Productions started developing a full game to answer those questions. Now, since Hideo himself was already busy making Metal Gear Solid 5, Metal Gear Solid 5 Peace Walker, he decided to leave it in the hands of his staff with one simple edict: do whatever you want.
Got an MTS on our ass.
These are the same employees that worked for years, almost decades, under Kojima's consistent vision, so being told that they would basically have carte blanche wasn't exactly a good thing. It could have been, but in reality, the phrase paralyzed by choice is very much applicable here. It took a little while for the team to form up, with Mineshi Kimura being chosen to handle the directing duties, who had, up until that point, only worked as an artist on previous Metal Gears. So he was leading the project from more of a visual standpoint, whereas gameplay and scenarios were coming from the team at large. Under these conditions, though, they struggled to come up with a solid concept for months. In terms of production, Yuji Korikato, a longtime programmer on the series since MGS1, who was then promoted to the position of associate producer, really wanted the game to succeed. Although, with so many different ideas and opinions, he found it increasingly difficult to nail down a concept that everyone agreed on. Kojima told us to make it any way you like, but I think we all had these preconceptions in our minds about what Metal Gear should be like. That wound up shackling us as we tried to make it. So the team looked at what they did know. Raiden always displayed an adeptness with a blade, which was exemplified even further by all the flippy-whippy shit he did in MGS4, so the team decided to hone in on that. Making the game strictly melee-focused would give it a different feel than how Solid, Naked, or Old Snake fought in their respective games. With that as a base, the free-form cutting mechanics started to be built, which would give Raiden the ability to slice through anything via a kind of circular targeting system which would let him choose what limb needed to go. Concept art and design started to take shape, with Raiden's look retaining the cyborg feel that was introduced in MGS4, but redesigned to feel darker and more aggressive. This would fit in better with the massive amounts of destruction he could cause, because not only could he cut open his enemies via the Zandatsu technique, he could topple entire structures. In fact, environmental damage was set to be a big gameplay feature, as the player could attack enemies via falling debris. And that was it. That was the entire game.
Now we'll do a cut of that rotating watermelon.
Oh my god. That's the whole thing.
When its trailer was first shown at E3 2010, it showed off these features, but unlike many other Metal Gear Solid trailers, there wasn't even a hint as to its story or setting. Raiden was in it, and he could cut things. And that's because Raiden was in it, and all he could do was cut things. That's all they had. The team were still struggling on how the game would actually play. Would it be stealth, action, both, or something else entirely? Without that, they couldn't really build a story around it. Without a story, they couldn't really build expansive levels or boss fights. Therefore, as 2010 wore on, the Metal Gears ground to a halt, with the team making very little forward progress. Just by looking closely at the footage you see here, Raiden's just casually waving his sword around and enemies are just melting around him. There's no combo system in place, nothing anchoring these attacks with a specific set of rules. It bears a striking resemblance to the simple 3-hit melee strings that were in like the last 4 Metal Gear games. And that's because it was. In the end, I think it's because we couldn't nail down the game's core. We spent a long time within Kojima Productions making the game, and there were some aspects of it that were fun, but by the end of it, all we had was a big team and no really common image shared among everyone in it. We were at a dead end. That's something Kojima has experienced several times before, and he concluded that we probably wouldn't finish at all if this continued.
A dud!
Now, 2010 was an important year for Kojima Productions in general, as the man himself had just finished up Peace Walker in April, so when he checked in with the Rising team later that year, he grew concerned with the lack of organization and vision that the game had. Now, yes, even though the core development of Peace Walker had finished, Kojima still couldn't directly step in, as there was still Peace Walker's extensive DLC, as well as supervising Bluepoint on the MGS HD collection. So this is where Rising truly entered the alert phase. If they couldn't find a way to salvage it, then it would be game over.
Raiden, is everything all right? Raiden!
It's then natural to think that contacting an outside developer would be the ideal solution, but it was a direction Kojima had some hesitation over. I've worked on collaborative efforts in the past and they didn't go well, and that became a sort of trauma for me. Getting real results from this one was a really good case study, I think. Now, while he doesn't say it by name, it's easy to picture the complicated three-way, technically four-way collaboration between Kojima Productions, Silicon Knights, Nintendo, and Ryuhei Kitamura to be a bit difficult, judging by that game's sluggish sales and divisive reaction. So you could say that his reluctance for further collaborations was somewhat justified. However, with their options dwindling, both Kurikado and Kojima were discussing what to do next, and that's when Kojima finally brought up Platinum Games as a possible partner, and while Kurikado thought that they were a great choice, he simply assumed they would say no, so the possibility was simply dropped. Weeks rolled on with no other prospects, and that's when Kojima decided to go all in. He was going to directly pitch Rising to then Platinum CEO Tatsuya Minami, and if he got turned down, well, at least he tried. Kurikado's job in all this was to put together the presentation, all the concept art, the ideas, basically everything that had been done so far. To everyone's surprise, Platinum accepted, as the opportunity to work on a Metal Gear project was too enticing to pass up, even though they were busy with other titles, such as Anarchy Reigns and the wonderful 101. While this news meant that the game was saved, Kurikado had mixed feelings about it. To be frank, it was frustrating. I mean, here I was doing a presentation all about this thing that we couldn't finish ourselves. What's more, we were presenting it to an outfit that had what we didn't, and would be perfect for leaving development duties to. With that frustration though, there was also this new strength that no matter what role I'm playing now, I was going to get this project finished. Now of course, Platinum had a caveat, which was the timeline itself. Rising was always intended to bridge the gap between Sons of Liberty and Guns of the Patriots, but Platinum didn't want to be beholden by either game's storyline, so they and Koji Pro agreed to place the game after the conclusion of MGS4, which would make it the last chronological entry of the Metal Gear saga. This would then free them up to craft whatever story they wanted, and when you're talking about Metal Gear, the narrative would obviously be an integral part of the game. In terms of the mechanics, well, Kojima Productions let Platinum do as they wished. Even if they felt that the free cutting mechanics should be, cut, then they wouldn't object. They just wanted the game to be finished and be of a high quality. There were two restrictions though. Koji Pro would still have final approval on the script to make sure it didn't contradict anything, but the other one was a bit more concerning. the release date. It had to come out February 2013. No delays. So, to make the game in just 2 short years, Platinum realized that it would simply be faster to take their own engine and technology and to rebuild everything from scratch to ensure that it would run at 60 frames per second. None of the prior technical work made by the original team at Koji Pro would be used, as that was always targeting 30 frames. With their prior experience though, Platinum also quickly honed in on the game's core, a high-octane action title familiar to their fans, style rankings, combos, and clutch defensive mechanics. But now it would be combined with the presentation and story of Metal Gear, codex sequences, over-the-top bosses with catchy code names, and even some light stealth elements. Platinum did have to scale back some ideas to get it all done though. Gone was the ambitious destruction physics seen in the original trailer, and were instead replaced with more mundane versions like cutting down trees and scaffoldings, which didn't really affect enemies. Raiden's Ninja Run, I caught myself there, was also originally planned to be more elaborate, because when the game resurfaced as Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance at the end of 2011, a new trailer showed him Narutoing along walls, and attacking enemies from aerial angles. This would not be seen in the final game, as making sure it worked along every surface without collision issues would probably have taken a lot of time and testing. Therefore, Platinum just Zandatsu'd it. Implementing certain Metal Gear staples also proved to be somewhat tricky, as codec conversations clash with the game's framerate. In MGS 2 and 4, codecs were presented with real-time 3D models, talking back and forth, but with the new engine, this wouldn't be possible. So, to keep the framerate stable and silky smooth, they were changed to video files of a character speaking in a loop. It's just overlaid onto the gameplay. Now, even through all of this, Platinum solving problems and working incredibly quickly, Kojima was still a bit cautious. Tatsuya Minami recalls, "The schedule was really tight. Kojima was really worried about the schedule, and he'd asked me time and again, are you sure you can do this? Like, if we couldn't, then there was some stuff we'd have to figure out about the future, so tell me as soon as possible if you can't." And then, quick as a lightning bolt, the cutoff point for the game's Gold Masters struck, and they needed to lock everything in leading up to that February 19th release date. Now, if fans wanted to, say, experience Raiden's new moves a little earlier, well, they could purchase PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale, because Rising needed some promotion and PlayStation All-Stars needed some stars. For more info on that, turn your codec frequency over to 140.69. The game received fantastic reviews and fan reception, befitting a Metal Gear action title developed by Platinum Games, who had proved that they were quite skilled working under high-frequency pressure. The fast action, tight story, engaging boss fights, and explosive soundtrack endeared itself to many, although some bemoan the change in genre and the game's short length. That didn't really hurt sales though, because while it was always assumed it wouldn't fare as well as mainline Metal Gears, the game reportedly sold well over 2 million copies across the Xbox 360, the PlayStation 3, and Steam, further proving the fact that its developer is always Platinum. Given that success, Korikato hinted at possibly continuing Raiden's adventures, but that was during happier Kojima production days. I think the frustration that we weren't able to get it done with our own hands is going to stay with me for the rest of my life. Still, MGR is a game that couldn't have happened without this collaboration. That's something which makes me happy, but personally, there is this drive in me to give it another try sometime. But due to all the everything that has since transpired in the subsequent years between Konami top brass and Hideo Kojima, any hope for a sequel to Revengeance, I guess, Revengeance Resurrection was definitively dashed. I mean, Konami could certainly greenlight another one if they wanted. Platinum is still very much in business. The game was made without Kojima directly at the helm, so it's entirely possible that we might something. Now, what the hell am I saying? Of course not. There's not gonna be. Am I high? This is getting a little depressing. Anyway, please enjoy this backflipping cat. Ah, that's better. If you know of any other weapons that will drag the world into the 21st century, video games or any other media that have had troubled development cycles, let me know in the comments below, ninja run over to my Twitter, or step onto the frigid shores of the Flophouse VIP archipelago and become a big boss to nominate the subject of our next episode. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Hey everyone, it's another episode of What Happened, and as all you bounty hunters out there know, Nintendo's Metroid franchise is one of the most flawless in the entire galaxy, going decades without a single development problem, marketing issue, or suffering through a long period of silence. But on today's mission, we'll be focusing on what I believe to be one of the earliest examples of Samus Aran running into some malicious malfunction during one of her most famous adventures, the one that placed you inside her armor. And get your head out of the gutter, please. Metroid Prime was one of the riskiest gambles Nintendo ever took with one of its classic series, taking a strictly 2D Japanese-made side-scroller which established the search action genre, deal with it, and then suddenly handing it over to a mostly inexperienced American studio, and entered the realm of the first-person shooter. First-person adventure. Now, while that certainly seems like a schematic for disaster, in a futile attempt to try and get ahead of the portion of you that'll look at the title of this video and go, "What? Metroid Prime is amazing! What the motherfucker?" So let me say it right now. Yes, Prime did go on to be one of the most critically lauded and fan-loved games in the entire series. It's just getting there was an especially bumpy ride. So strap on your various suit, load up your missiles, and flip on the appropriate visor. It's time to find out what happened with Metroid Prime. Unfortunately, there's really no way to start this story without talking about Jeff Spangenberg. But I'm still gonna try. During the trailblazing 3D days of the mighty Ultra 64, Nintendo adapted the most recognizable characters into the blustery, blurry world of polygons, but Metroid had always been mysteriously absent. The reason for this is varied and complex, but it all came down to everyone being a massive coward. Shigeru Miyamoto himself said that they lacked any concrete ideas, and Yoshio Sakamoto, director of Super Metroid, backed that up in an interview with Games TM. I was actually thinking about the possibility of making a Metroid game for N64, but I felt that I shouldn't be the one making the game. When I held the N64 controller in my hands, I just couldn't imagine how it could be used to move Samus around. With this, but okay. So for me, it was just too early to personally make a 3D Metroid at that time. Also, I know this isn't a direct answer to the question, but Nintendo had approached another company and asked them if they would make an N64 version of Metroid, and their response was that no, they could not. They turned it down, saying that unfortunately they didn't have the confidence to create an N64 Metroid game that can compare favorably with Super Metroid. That's something I take as a compliment to what we achieved. So yeah, as you can see, everyone is cowards. Now, if we take a look at that statement from another perspective, we'd see that it was possible Nintendo might never have released a Metroid game at all, or at least not until much later. That all changed in 1998 when, in a completely unrelated business deal, Nintendo inadvertently set the path for Samus's return. Well, not that return, another return. With the GameCube in the planning stages, they needed to secure more Western-style support, as they knew that's where the winds were a-blowin'. American and European studios were embracing 3D technologies and game design at a lightning-quick pace. So, yeah, enter Mr. Spangenberg. I touched upon this waffle of a man in our The Guy Game episode, and even though it's going against my better judgment, I had to touch upon him again. Ugh. While he struck it big with the first Turok under Iguana Studios, he is quickly hoofed out of the company when Acclaim bought them out, albeit with a tidy severance package. With that capital, he established Retro Studios, but since this was the very early days, the company was being run out of his home. However, since both Acclaim and Iguana were chummy chum-chum-chums with Nintendo during Turok's development, this gave him a bit of an inside track. Spangenberg had been the head of the developer that produced Turok, a Western-as-shit FPS for the Nintendo 64 that pushed its hardware limits early on. Nintendo, therefore, felt at that time Jeff was the ideal leader to head up a cutting-edge new studio.
Oh, I have such sights to show you.
The Japanese giant bankrolled the whole thing, investing millions into a massive 40,000 square foot space in Austin, Texas. This would include an opulent studio theater for presentations, trailers, and the like, as well as one of the state's first motion capture studios. To use all that square footage, though, you need employees, so the majority of the Turok team, well, they stayed with Iguana to keep making Turok, but Jeff did convince a few to come over with him. To shore up the numbers, he hired anyone else he could. Friends, college graduates, and even people who didn't make games at all. In fact, only a handful of staff members had ever shipped a game before. It was a motley crew for sure, but sometimes all you need is an experienced and reliable leader to get that team on the right track. But unfortunately, all they had was Jeff Spangenberg. With the money flowing and a massive space in which to work, it was decided by Jeff that Retro should launch into the development of 4 different games simultaneously, which was both a massive mistake, but yet, in a roundabout way, wound up saving the company. The 4 games in question were NFL Retro Football, which was a football game, a vehicular combat title by the name of Thunder Rally, action RPG Raven Blade,
my sweet prince, you are too beautiful for this world.
And finally, Action Adventure. Seriously, that's the only thing it's ever been called. Now, Dolphin dev kits didn't grow on trees, and while Nintendo did deliver on the one they had promised, that still didn't stop Jeff from launching these 4 different games, spread across 150 employees, and expecting them to share the one dev kit. So try not to be surprised when I now tell you that this made for a glacial pace in game development. The only thing these teams could do in the meantime was to try and approximate what was possible on the dev kit, but unfortunately Retro hadn't invested in any other technologies or engines by that point, and wouldn't do so for a long time still. That's because Spangenberg spent increasingly little time making video games at his video game business. He was more concerned with buying luxury cars, partying with babes, and burning through that Nintendo money as fast as it was coming in. Fast forward 2 years later, and not much had changed. None of the 4 games were on track to make the November 2001 launch of the GameCube. You know, the main thing the studio was founded to do. In an interview with Polygon, a former staffer at Retro who had been hired around this time recalled this phase of the company as truly baffling. I was like, oh, are you guys piecing the world together in hex parts? And he said, Nobody's told us how to build anything, so I'm just doing what seems to make sense. They, Retro, barely had a PC graphics engine running, no world editor, and no tools at all to speak of. As I hinted out before, a large portion of Retro's staff members actually came from the movie industry, working on CGI special effects in various films. So it was clear that the company was quickly spinning out of control, having already wasted so much time and money, but with very little to show for it. Its main decision maker, Spangenberg, was not even coming into the office at all by this point, ignoring the studio altogether as it was stuck spinning in a death spiral. Nintendo, having had enough of this bullshit, finally decided to fly over some of their higher-ups, Miyamoto included, to see just what was going on, and Retro was shitting themselves. The leads on each project were called in to separate meetings, and pretty much all of them got chewed out, as Nintendo were understandably upset that each game wasn't much more than a tech demo. Although internally it's been said that quite a lot of work was done on Ravenblade.
Oh no, it's so sad.
However, in a stroke of fate or luck or whatever you want to call it, Action Adventure, which featured 3 selectable spacefaring heroines, showed some promise. The sci-fi look and world that the team had produced was enough to convince Miyamoto that the company might be able to handle a Metroid game, but with Nintendo, of course, now closely monitoring the process from then on out. Thus, the 4 games were cancelled. Oh, my beautiful Ravenblade. And everyone was reassigned to focus on Metroid, which they needed to start from scratch. Lamentably, with all these cancellations, some jobs were made redundant, but no one's job was more redundant than good old Mr. Spangenberg. Around the same time, Nintendo caught wind of Sinful Summer, a softcore porn site of Jeff's own design, a design which used Retro's own online servers to host, which meant that Sinful Summer was paid for on Nintendo's coin. While that's bad enough, it gets worse. The actual content, photos and videos, which featured party animal Jeff and several women, were time-stamped. Time-stamped to regular middle-of-the-day working hours. That's when Nintendo politely informed Jeff that he would no longer be needed at the company. His shares were quickly bought out, he emptied his desk, which I'm sure was probably empty already, and Nintendo took full ownership of Retro Studios. Consequently, that's the last time anyone ever heard from the sleazy Spangenberg. Seriously, after the guy game, he just drops off the earth.
The galaxy is at peace.
As to who would run the company in his stead, well, that fell to Steve Barcia, with Mark Pacini being promoted to director of Metroid Prime. Now, even with Jeff's sacking, problems would plague Prime for a long while yet, especially with the incredible pressure now placed upon the studio. They had to deliver on this title, as it was their one chance to keep their doors open, as Nintendo wasn't playing around anymore. If Prime wasn't developed to their satisfaction or didn't perform at retail, then Retro would most likely be shut down. The first main issue that caused some friction was the perspective in which Samus's adventure would take place. Miyamoto had been mulling around the concept of a first-person Metroid for some while, and was of the opinion that it would be the best choice to support shooting and dodging enemies. Some leads, including Pacini, were against this, feeling that navigating levels with Metroid hallmarks like the Morph Ball was something that could only be conveyed in the third person. Regardless, Retro would need to figure all of this out and deliver milestones to Nintendo for approval, with each and every one being critical to the continuation of the project. Eventually, it was decided that since both companies couldn't see eye to eye on the perspective, a compromise was reached. The majority of the gameplay was going to be seen through Samus's visor, while other aspects, like the Morph Ball, would be viewed outside of it. Now, when you consider that for many on the team this was their first game, switching between two viewpoints on the fly and in a smooth way was going to be an ambitious and incredible trick to pull off, but they needed to do it. At the 2008 Montreal Video Games Summit, current Retro CEO Michael Kelbaugh and former director Mark Bacchini detailed this stressful time trying to perfect the transition. We didn't want to make just another first-person shooter. Making a first-person shooter would have been a cheap and easy way to go, but making sure the themes and concepts in Metroid were kept was something that we wanted to do. And translating those things into 3D was a real challenge. Translating the morph ball was one of the hardest things to do. We used Super Metroid as our kind of Bible, but as we'd been sold on the concept of first person, we couldn't see how to put the ball into the title. In fact, it was actually on the chopping block for a long time. We thought that concentrating on the exploration through platforming might be good enough, but Miyamoto's first directive was, if we don't make the transition between the ball and first person seamless, then we can't do this game. It took us a few months to get that correct, and that was pretty scary. It was one of the first milestones we had to reach, and thanks to our engineers, we managed to create something that when Miyamoto saw it, he said, okay, on the project. That was huge. So while shooting and platforming were obviously integral to the game, there was one other issue Nintendo, more specifically Miyamoto, had with Metroid Prime, one that presented Retro with a serious noodle scratcher. Miyamoto's question to the designers was translated raw from Japanese to English, and its meaning was open to interpretation. In a podcast with Retro staffers, Brian Walker and Mike Wicken illuminated. Mike likes to tell a story about Mr. Miyamoto asking us during the early design phases of Prime 1, what would it be like if Samus had a bug's head? And at that time, I remember going back to our office and saying, switching heads? What does that have to do with Metroid? He wasn't asking if she had the head of a fly, he was asking about the mechanic of altered perception as a whole. And from that, the visor system came to be, when Samus could see different things with different visors and use that as a puzzle-solving element. This then, of course, also led to one of Prime's other most famous elements, progressing the narrative forward with the scan visor, which would give bits of lore or background info on creatures or objects. And as was just explained, there was a very real possibility that this elegant, optional component for fleshing out the game's world might never have even existed, if not for Retro designers being able to parse that suggestion's meaning. Of course, during all of this, 2D Metroid purists scoffed at the idea of an untested American studio mucking things up with newfangled ideas and perspective switches ever since Prime's E3 2001 unveiling. At that time, it was seen as this impending, embarrassing disaster that would surely give the Metroid franchise a black eye. But no, that would come later. Maybe anticipating potential fan backlash, though, Nintendo also commissioned Yoshio Sakamoto and his team to develop a traditional Metroid adventure with fusion, and to quickly slap in some GameCube GBA connectivity, as was the style at the time. The link cable was never the style of any time. Once Prime was finally wrapped up, the team took a long vacation to recover from all the stress and crunch they had to endure to pull off, and let's call it what it was, a miracle. To both drastically change yet stay true to the spirit of a highly regarded franchise in a slick and modern package was and still is a rarity. Once the Gold Master was shipped to Nintendo for manufacturing, everyone just kinda put the project out of their mind as they decompressed. When the staff returned, they were thrilled and kinda shocked to see just how successful Metroid Prime came to be. It sold over 2 million copies and powerbombed into various outlets Game of the Year front runners. Nintendo was immensely pleased with the results as well, and immediately commissioned Retro to follow up with a sequel, leveraging ideas they had originally drafted up for Prime 1 but didn't have time to include, like multiplayer. This mode would famously debut in Metroid Prime 2 Echoes to somewhat of a divisive response, but its DNA would go on to exist in future projects. Ever since then, the Prime series has influenced Metroid in one way or another, which is definitely something that almost no one could have predicted when the game was first revealed 20 years ago now? Damn. Many key members of the Prime team would eventually leave the company and move on to other things, but through it all, Nintendo and Retro's relationship never diminished. Instead, it only strengthened. They would contribute to Mario Kart, they would relaunch Donkey Kong like twice, and for a time they even worked on a Sheikah-focused Legend of Zelda spin-off title that, while never released, showed just how ingrained and committed they are to Nintendo franchises. Obviously, while we haven't had any official news about Metroid Prime 4 for over, what are we at now? Some 800 days, Retro seems to excel in launching polished, fully formed experiences, oftentimes out of nowhere. So whatever it is they're cooking up, odds are that it'll be worth waiting for. Everyone working hard at Retro right now, don't stress yourselves too much. We'll see you next mission. If you know of any other intergalactic incidents involving insectoids, I lost it, damn it, then send me a transmission in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or set your coordinates for the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate the game or movie you'd like to see in a future episode. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
Welcome, stranger, to another Ganado-slashing, box-smashing, right and detaching episode of What Happened? The show that... The show that investigates the tales of game, movie, and pop culture media developments that are truly worth telling. And honestly, there's few tales more worthy of being told and retold than that of Resident Evil 4, Capcom's legendary entry in its long-running horror franchise. It's known far and wide for saving or ruining the series, depending on which splinter group of fans you talk to, with the latter one being wrong. I've been wanting to make a video on RE4's exhausting road to release for years, and now it just seemed like a good time. Like, it felt right, you know? No other specific reason. And before you say something, yes, it's one of the best games of all time. No one's debating that at all, like ever. Its quality is not in question here. This is about its incredibly protracted development history that's filled with as many bumps, twists, and turns as Leon's own wacky European vacation.
What the hell are you doing?
So slip on your favorite bomber jacket and load your broken butterflies as I answer the question, what happened to
Resident Evil 4?
Cogedlo.
To properly set the stage and do this story the justice it deserves, we have to go back to a specific point in time, which of course would be
1998.
The idea that Resident Evil 2 was a bit of a milestone moment for the series was, and always will be, a massive understatement. Its commercial success was so crazy, so all-encompassing that it basically caused Capcom to prioritize RE over every other one of their franchises in the late 90s and early 2000s. And hell, you can still make that argument today. Profits from both their fighting games and Mega Man sequels were quickly declining in the late 90s, so when survival horror took a big bite out of the industry, something which elevated the company as a whole, Capcom was gonna milk that cow-based BOW for as long as it possibly could. So with the sequel's success, they greenlit several new projects all at once, an N64 and Dreamcast port of RE2, RE0, Code Veronica, a new mainline sequel for the PlayStation, and on top of them all, Resident Evil Gaiden.
Ugh, it stinks.
It goes without saying, but piecing together development history of any RE game is kinda like an irritating slide puzzle. So for some of the following information, I turn to Itchy Tasty, an unofficial history of Resident Evil by CVX freak himself, Alex Aniel, which chronicles the entire first decade of survival horror. Do check it out in the description below. Even with that resource though, there's still always lots of additional nuggets of info hiding in obscure magazine interviews throughout the year, so big ups to Newsbot down at projectumbrella.net for helping me track those down. Now, just slightly before RE2's mammoth success, while it was still being finished up after its reboot, RE3 was already in the planning stages, with Masaki Yamada, an event director on RE1, in the director's chair. The game's scenario is set to take place on a derelict ship involving a new hero, and even hunk, but didn't even get far enough for the team to determine whether it should have used 3D or pre-rendered backgrounds. When RE2 then did finally hit store shelves and made Capcom tons of bank, Hideki Kamiya became their new golden boy, replacing Yamada as director of RE3, and was given lots of free rein on what this next mainline entry would look like. Work began anew officially in 1998, with the old scenario being thrown out, or possibly being reused for Dead Aim, but very quickly Kamiya realized that he simply wouldn't be able to top what he had achieved with RE2 if it was to remain on the original PlayStation. He instead wanted to move development over to the then upcoming PlayStation Double Balling, which of course would have allowed for far more advancements. Sony had announced that their sophomore machine would only be hitting the market in the later half of 2000, which meant that a numerical sequel to Resident Evil 2 would take a lot longer than initially expected. Yoshiki Okamoto, who was the general producer of Capcom's console output at that time, did not want rival companies like Square or Konami to overtake them in the horror space. So while Kamiya's team were cooking, Okamoto decided they would release even more ports and spin-offs to keep the franchise at the forefront of gamers' minds, although some of these projects may not be worth remembering.
Now stay back! Don't come any closer!
I know you think that I'm a murderer, but you're wrong.
One such spin-off was a game known internally as Resident Evil 1.9, which was intended to be a small-scale prequel of sorts using much of the same technology and assets from RE2, and thus was scheduled to be finished in about 12 months. 1.9's original scenario placed it one day before the events of Resident Evil 2, hence the 1.9 moniker, but this eventually changed into the final title of Biohazard Last Escape in Japan and Resident Evil Nemesis in North America. 3 months before the game was completed, however, Okamoto approached Resident Evil producer Shinji Mikami and Nemesis' director Kazuhiro Oyama and explained they needed a big money spinner for their 1999 fiscal year, especially since Capcom was on the precipice of becoming a publicly traded company. He proposed that Nemesis should be rebranded as the next numerical sequel, something that both Mikami and Oyama were very hesitant over. The game had been designed pretty frugally, introduced some vastly different mechanics, skewed a bit more towards action, and was much shorter overall, so they were worried fans would be disappointed if it became Resident Evil 3. Okamoto, though, wasn't really suggesting this, because it was more or less a direct order. The ripple effects of this decision were pretty widespread and are relevant to our story today because it meant that Kamiya and his team were no longer working on Resident Evil 3, they're now jumping ahead to its sequel, Resident Evil 4. And in typical Kamiya fashion, it was going to be its very own, very different thing. As the shepherd of the franchise, Mikami first mentioned to the press back in 1999 that a new mainline Resident Evil game was in development for the PS2, with Kamiya at the head of the project. What Mikami didn't let slip was that it was the director's goal to turn the franchise on its head, completely redesigning how it would play and feel. Kamiya was aiming for a gothic setting and even took research trips to Europe so they could gather appropriate reference materials. RE4's scenario was being handled by both Yasuhisa Kawamura, who had previously worked on Nemesis, and Noboru Sugimura, the scriptwriter who had helped flesh out RE2's story. The earliest iteration of this project actually revolved around Leon S. Kennedy, investigating an old castle owned by Oswell E. Spencer,
and would have put forward the idea that the two were somehow related.
What a touching moment we have here.
This was soon dropped, as Kamiya eventually realized if he wanted to keep the series fresh, they needed to place emphasis on brand new characters and story ideas. He also wanted to present a truly cool and stylish hero, which isn't something you could honestly say about the bumbling rookie cop version of Mr. Kennedy.
That can't be. I know her. Ada wouldn't do something like that.
Thus, Leon was dropped in favor of one Tony Redgrave, who came locked and loaded with superhuman abilities via a cocktail of viruses and biotech upgrades to his body, which let him stylishly kill enemies via guns and even melee weapons. Kamiya also wanted to dispense with the pre-rendered backgrounds, and for his vision of the combat to work, tank controls absolutely had to go. These were obviously all pretty massive changes to the formula, but in his defense, Kamiya was just adhering to what his boss had told him. On the project's outset, Mikami had reportedly said, "Do whatever you like, it doesn't even have to be a horror game." Now, maybe he was joking, because the next time Mikami did check in on the team's progress, he most likely said something along the lines of, what the fuck? As Kamiya had indeed done whatever he liked. Sure, there were still spooky environments, fixed camera angles, and puzzles to solve, but the moment-to-moment gameplay was balls-to-the-wall action. Thing is, though, it was fun, but so far removed from what players would be expecting that Mikami felt they couldn't in good conscience call it Resident Evil. Shinji and Hideki then put their heads together to come up with a solution, which wound up being to simply spin the project off into its own standalone franchise, which, as I'm sure most of you know by now, became... Despite this being an obvious setback for the Resident Evil brand in the short term, it also presented an opportunity for Capcom. Since there was no longer a big mainline entry currently in the pipeline, Mikami and Okamoto wanted to see if they could fish for a more lucrative deal for their survival horror juggernaut. RE had become the hottest Capcom property since Street Fighter II, so they were betting there was a publisher willing to shell out for exclusivity. Another factor to this decision was that Mikami had become unsure about Sony's approach to game development, feeling that the DVD format they were pushing fell outside the realm of gaming, and finding Nintendo's proprietary discs far more intriguing. Even so, he wanted to see what both of Sony's competitors could offer, what their design philosophies were, and how it could benefit Resident Evil. So, around Christmas of 2000, Mikami met with representatives from both Nintendo and Microsoft, with MSVP of Third-Party Relations Kevin Bacchus scheduled first, which famously did not go very well. Translators were unprepared for Mikami's questions, and Bacchus wasn't really in a good position to give the right answers, so Mikami just bounced, leaving the meeting with a quick bow. By the time Microsoft realized just how badly they screwed this up and called Capcom to reschedule for a second meeting, Resident Evil had already become a Nintendo exclusive. Once this deal became official, Sony Interactive Entertainment president and father of the PlayStation, Ken Kutaragi, invited Capcom higher-ups to an awkward dinner, where he subtly accused them of betraying Sony, despite a lack of any actual deal or contract in place. Capcom pointed out that the PS2 remained their priority, as they were set to continue developing more titles for it than the GameCube and Xbox combined. It should be noted that this betrayal didn't result in any long-term bad blood between Capcom and Sony, considering what would happen later on. With this Nintendo deal absolutely super ironclad with no way it'll ever be broken, Mikami got to work on his own new project, remaking the game that started it all, exclusively for the GameCube. But he also needed to put together a team to restart development on RE4, since Kamiya was busy with other things.
Fill your dark soul with light!
Hiroshi Shibata, a Nemesis background designer, was chosen to lead this new project, with Sugimura and Kawamura transferring over from Kamiya's team.
This new story treatment was very similar to the last one, seeing Leon infiltrate a castle owned by crazy old Oswald Spencer and getting infected and or possessed in the process. This possession apparently manifested into some type of power within Leon's left hand, which in an old EGM interview with producer Hiroyuki Kobayashi was cited as the twist of the game. Kobayashi also revealed that Leon was originally going to explore a laboratory deep within the estate, where he would come across an unnamed female character who had a dog-based BOW acting as her protector. That last detail wasn't present in the eventual trailer that was released to the public in 2002 during the Capcom 5 announcement, but Mikami would declare that Resi 4 would still represent a full model change for the franchise. This first iteration, or second if you count Kamiya's initial attempt, which some people don't, is known as the Fog version due to the black smoke-like enemy that Leon fights in said trailer. It should be noted, however, that this was a name given by the press and fans because the team itself dubbed it Castle or Castle Awakening. The reasoning behind this build getting cancelled is still not 100% clear, but the most common answer seems to be that the team were targeting a number of ambitious special effects that were simply too ambitious. Rendering the Black Fog enemy in a realistic way was apparently too much to properly realize on the GameCube, so at around 40% completion, almost everything was thrown out. Some of that scrapped material was the possessed hand and girl with dog stuff, which seemed to be Sugimura creations because they went away when he departed to pursue other projects. Kawamura then took over writing duties and started layering more elements on top of the Leon investigates creepy place template that they seem to be sticking with. For all you dog lovers out there though, don't fret, you got a canine companion in Haunting Ground / Demento, which Sugimura is credited on as the draft scenario writer, so it's possible he decided to reuse those ideas there. This then kicked off the new iteration, which would be less concerned with fighting the forces of bioterrorism and more about fighting the forces of the supernatural, or so it seemed. While we don't know a lot about the narrative from this version of the game, it saw Leon trying to survive various ghouls and or ghosts in some type of haunted building or perhaps the same castle. This version is commonly known as Hookman because in addition to stuffed animal heads and killer dolls, Leon also needed to trade hands with a phantom-wielding, take a wild guess, a hook. In addition to these new enemy types, other features were added to shake things up, but not in the crazy Kamiya way. These included a new camera angle that would trigger during combat, providing a more over-the-shoulder viewpoint, a red laser sight for more accurate aiming, quick-time events, and even selectable dialogue choices. At certain points in the game, players would have been able to choose what Leon would say in certain situations, with some responses even having far-reaching consequences, according to Hiroyuki Kobayashi in that same EGM interview. One thing that the Fog and Hookman phases had in common was being known by different monikers between both the public and Capcom's internal teams. Once again, Hookman is a descriptor given by fans, whereas Kawamura stated that inside the madhouse that was Production Studio 4, it was known as Hallucination. While Leon did have to deal with physical forces like hook enthusiasts, the true threat was a struggle with a form of psychosis caused by another mysterious virus. This idea was presented by the team having to render two different versions of the same environment, a real world and a hallucinatory one, which were swapped via hidden checkpoints that players would unwittingly trigger. Kawamura said there are a few different inspirations for this idea: the seminal psychological thriller Jacob's Ladder, the less than seminal Lost Souls, and the growing popularity of Silent Hill. He wanted this to be the scariest Resident Evil of all time, saying to Eurogamer in a 2015 interview that he recalled telling Shibata that, "If we want to pursue pure horror, we need to find an unexplainable concept. Let's create a setting that doesn't revolve around science or reason." The Hallucination Man version then made its first public debut at E3 2003, with Mikami appearing via a video message who first trolled the audience with a content-bereft teaser trailer before then presenting a more pants-wetting extended cut. What a showman! At the end of the presentation, Mikami then assured the rabid crowd that progress in RE4 was going smoothly, which, try not to be shocked here, it absolutely super wasn't. While a great idea in theory, combining Eternal Darkness's sanity effects, Silent Hill's dual worlds, and meaty RE-style gunplay, on a technical and logistical level, this version of Resident Evil 4 had set itself up for disaster. Making 2 versions of every single asset was going to be more than a tall order, something that Kawamura explained to Eurogamer in that same interview. Even if we did have the budget, it was almost impossible to cram all of that into the GameCube's memory. We couldn't even add any monsters. With those technological restrictions in place, there was a very brief period of time where the team were considering implementing just one single persistent enemy for the entire game, most likely Hookman, but this was quickly scrapped. In fact, this entire version of the game was thrown into the bin. I'm gonna miss you, Hookie. So the team were back to square one. Now, before we get to the main event, there's one last prototype of RE4 that's not so widely known, making it perhaps the most mysterious of all. Referred to as simply Resident Evil Zombie, this was the team throwing up their hands and attempting to just go back to the classic trappings, familiar settings, and the aforementioned undead, a revelation that once again comes from that EGM interview with Kobayashi. There is some info via an interview at crimsonhead.com that, in addition to the standard zombies, there was going to be a new enemy type called the Daba Men, who would have been controlled by parasitic organisms. Daba means pack horse in Japanese, which is eerily similar to the ganados or livestock from the final version of RE4 that took place in Spain. I mean rural Europe. This version didn't last very long, and when it was quickly abandoned, Mikami decided he had had enough. He was under immense pressure to deliver a blockbuster game, had already made numerous promises to both the press and fans alike, and couldn't just do the lazy thing by relying on tired series tropes. The move to Nintendo exclusivity, a decision he had been a big part of, had also hurt the brand, because while his own remake had been a critical success and had sold 1,350,000 copies, that was still a huge dip from RE2's 4.9 and RE3's 3.5. In later interviews, Mikami cited RE0 as the franchise's lowest point. That's a little rich, as its worldwide tally of 1,222,000 was behind that of even Code Veronica. He also felt that overall, it played it too safe by not adding enough exciting new elements to the formula, which had started to cause some staff to get so bored working on Resident Evil that they asked for transfers onto other projects. So with all of this resting on his shoulders, Mikami did the only thing he could do. If there was a chance that RE4 could either save or end the franchise, he was going to be the one responsible. He then relieved both Shibata and Kawamura of the respective original duties, but kept Shibata on as a designer. In recent times, Kawamura lamented his inability to make his ideas work, saying to Eurogamer, "I felt ashamed for putting the other staff through this. It was disappointing and discouraging. I still think that the idea was brilliant, but I didn't have enough skill or guts to put the plan into action. I don't know if I could have done anything to prevent that occurrence. I just wanted to make a scary biohazard game." With Kawamura gone, and because development was already so far behind, Mikami didn't want to waste time hemming and hawing over the narrative, so he drafted up the general scenario himself in reportedly just 2.5 weeks. His focus was on the gameplay, not the story.
Well then, why don't you show me what a first-class script is like?
Mikami then decided to essentially throw out his own rulebook, because up until then, he had always told his employees that the #1 rule when making Resident Evil games was to scare the player, but he had decided that to make a truly groundbreaking experience, it was the gameplay that needed to be as fun as possible. The first part of this process was to take the over-the-shoulder combat view from the Hookman build and to make that the default camera for the entire game. He came to this epiphany when he had been playtesting a build of Onimusha 3, feeling that it would have been improved if the camera was just brought in a little tighter behind Jean Reno or the protagonist. This decision is often cited as one of the main reasons for RE4's success, as it set a new benchmark for smooth third-person action shooting gameplay. Mikami, however, has said it was never meant to be some milestone feature. It felt natural, oddly enough. We weren't planning on doing something innovative, but in the end, everyone kept saying we did. To us personally, we just thought that angle was better. We weren't trying to do something new or groundbreaking. There was none of that. Even with that humble explanation, the team kept building on top of that camera change. To facilitate these improved shooting mechanics, there also had to be more threatening enemies to, shoot, which logically led to introducing the swifter, weapon-wielding Ganados. As cool as all this sounds, it was still a lot to digest for many on the staff, with some feeling these changes were too far removed from classic Resident Evil, while others got downright depressed and unmotivated while working on it.
Boredom kills me.
Mikami persevered, insisting that this was the right course of action, and in fact decided to shake things up even further by adding in melee attacks, suplexes, and customizable weapons. In addition, a number of story concepts from previous versions were also brought back into the mix. The European setting, Leon coming across a female character, and even a deadly virus infecting him. While staff were still unsure of the direction they were going in, under Mikami, development of RE4 kept up at an impressive pace, taking just shy of 2 years to complete. Thankfully though, when Capcom unveiled this new version at their January 2004 Gamers event in Las Vegas, the response was almost exclusively enthusiastic, although some fans were admittedly shocked and taken aback. More previews and hands-on impressions continued throughout the year, so when it finally chainsawed its way into store shelves just 12 months later, the excitement was at an all-time high. I can still recall my own palpable hype from that time, as well as just feeling the combined electricity from all the other fans from across the world when we collectively booted it up.
Oh, look at this game. I want to walk into this foreign man's house and ruin his whole day.
Reviews were incredibly positive, with many applauding the move towards action horror, as well as all the unlockable content and replayability, although some still bemoan the lack of strafing while shooting, Ashley getting into trouble a little too easily, less traditional scares, and of course, the occasional bug.
Hang on, sweetheart.
There was, however, a tiny, let's say awkward wrinkle to all this goodwill. On October 31st, 2004, Capcom announced in a rambling press release that due to changing market conditions, increased consumer satisfaction, and other vague factors, that Resident Evil 4 was also going to be launching on the PlayStation 2 later on in 2005, a move which assured that the GameCube version wouldn't sell to its maximum potential. After years of assuring gamers and the press that it was going to remain Nintendo exclusive until the end of time, you can only imagine Shinji Mikami's face when he was first given this news. This sudden swerve was apparently due to pressure from Capcom's shareholders, who were insisting that a PS2 port was required to recoup the costs from all the time wasted on abandoned builds. That desire was further backed up by RE Remake and RE Zero's disappointing numbers, with the expectation that RE4 would see similar results. They sadly weren't wrong in regards to that last point, although there was a definite improvement. As of 2007, the original GameCube version has sold around 1,600,000 copies. When staff were told they would need to start porting RE4 to Sony's rival machine, many of them doubted if it could even be done, at least without major compromises. The project had been built from the ground up with the GameCube architecture in mind, with every facet from the graphics to the audio to the level design taking advantage of custom code tailor-made for Nintendo's Indigo lunchbox. What's more is that if the team ran into any trouble, Shinji Mikami would not be a resource they could rely on, as he left Capcom's production studio floor as soon as he completed his duties as director. He was even considering quitting Capcom altogether, as he was that upset with the higher-ups who had ostensibly made Mikami's previous assurances of Nintendo exclusivity a lie.
All spoiled thanks to your interruption.
I mean, that only on sticker sure became especially meaningless once RE4 got ported to the likes of the Zeebo.
The hell yeah, Zeebo!
Friends and colleagues eventually convinced Mikami to stay on, but he, Kamiya, and others requested that they be given their own semi-autonomous studio as recompense. This all occurred in mid-2004, mind you, as the decision to port to the PS2 had been decided long before its public announcement. Meanwhile, the remaining staff assigned to the port job were having a tough time of it. Texture detail, lighting, sound quality, and the overall polygon count had to be sacrificed in order to get things running at an acceptable quality level. Cutscenes, which ran in real time on the GameCube and could therefore display alternate costumes, became pre-recorded movies on the PS2, which of course could not provide the same feature. The team considered rendering multiple versions of every cutscene with every costume variation to not lose this functionality, but it would have required a whole other disc to do so, and was ultimately deemed not worth the extra manufacturing costs. To hopefully balance out all these downgrades, the team added in more costumes, a new weapon, and the Separate Ways mini-campaign. So, while porting it certainly wasn't easy, the eventual sales success of the PS2 version was probably worth Mikami's ire. By the end of 2005, there were over 100 million PS2 consoles across the globe, just slightly more than the GameCube, which by the end of 2006 had amassed 19 million. With that kind of install base, it wasn't a hard thing for RE4 on the PS2 to rack up 2.3 million units in just a few months. As of 2021, Capcom has declared that RE4's lifetime total sales across all versions, and there's a lot of them, currently stands at 11.2 million, a number which was most likely bolstered by the Zeebo port.
Zeebo for life! Zeebo for life!
The story of this game's creation, the one that changed everything and influenced all subsequent Resident Evils, is an undeniable legend of the gaming industry. For one single title to go through so many iterations and guises only to come out the other side as an unmitigated success is more rare than a gleaming, fully bejeweled beer stein. And while still becoming quite successful in his own right, Shinji Mikami never completely broke free from under RE4's shadow. When he teamed up with Suda51 to make a dark and moody horror game, EA asked them to change it to RE4. And when Mikami opened up Tango Gameworks, which he also just left, Bethesda asked him for more RE4. And that's kind of where we stand today. With a remake of his 2005 masterpiece now being unleashed onto the masses, you might wonder what his opinion on it is. Well, every time they re-release the old Resident Evil 4, something new has been applied to it and it's given some polish. I think they're doing a really good job. They have been really good at evolving the franchise and making sure that it adjusts to the market. When asked by VG247 a few months before the remake was made official and if there were any changes he'd like to see, Mikami replied, "It would be good if Capcom could do a great job and make the story better."
Say the line!
Where's everyone going? Bingo?
Shinji, don't be like that, for you cannot improve upon perfection. A massive thanks goes out to everyone who pitched in on this episode. There's these two fine editors, Maddie
the raspberry
for her always cromulent art, Derek and Max for their cameos, and another thanks goes to Project Umbrella for the extra research. And if you out there know of any other cliched American tales from the video game or movie industries, do let me know in the comments below or take a jet ski ride over to my Twitter. See you next time, strangers, and thanks for watching!